Some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect. It's a story about a ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams.
Whoa, sorry, I didn't mean to scare everyone there. I keep noticing that when I start speaking, right when I stream, it's like sometimes it's like the first time I've spoken in the day. So there's all this like gunk build up in my throat. You know how it goes. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Okay. Let's see who we have here. We have a lot to talk about today, folks. Well, we have some to talk about. We have some, and then we have some videos to watch. Hopefully, it'll be chiller than normal. It might not be, but hopefully it'll be pretty chill. Okay, we'll see how it goes. How dare you, SoCal? You know what I meant by gunk building up in my throat. Okay, you know what I meant. Maybe you did. I don't know. But you would know, wouldn't you, SoCal? Anyway. All right. So how's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? And how dare you all accuse me of being late? How dare you? Shame on you. Shame on you. Okay, I'm just kidding. I am a little late. I agree. I was a bit distracted. So, okay. Who do we got here? Who do we got here? First, we have James Nordoff. Hello, James Nordoff. Hello, James Nordoff. So glad you're here, James Nordoff. As always, so glad you're here. I hope you've been experiencing the boops I've been giving you, James Nordoff, because I've been sending them to you. I've been sending them to you, even though you're in the background. I keep saying James Nordoff gets a boop. I hope you feel those boops and you like those boops. Okay. Hello, SoCal, and that's the last time I'm going to speak to you, SoCal. Hello, Mithril. I'm just kidding. How are you, SoCal? You see here, SoCal said, "Oh, is this another?" He updated on Discord, but forgot about YouTube. No, I was just very slow because I was getting some food, guys. I got distracted getting some food because you know how I am, right? I'm like, I'm gonna be hungry, so. I do know that not everyone likes the sound of me eating, so I'll try not to be obnoxious about it. Okay. Um. Who else? We have Mithril. Yes, hello, Mithril. So glad you're here, Mithril. Jazznaz is here. Hello, Jazznaz. So glad you're here as well. In your groove. In your groove. So glad you're here. Okay, Norman. Norman is back. Hello, Norman. So glad you're here, Norman. Hopefully Mayflower Kid didn't scare you away. Who else we got here? Who else? I got you, Pizza That Giant. Okay. Who else? Sir Bart. Hello, Sir Bart. Sir Bart, we have some Canada news today. we have some Canada news today, Sir Bart. Or should I say some Alberta news, since they might soon not be a part of Canada. Anyway, not really. They probably will still be a part of Canada, but we're going to do some Canada news. Okay. All right. So, Pizza That Giant, hello. I already said hello to you, Pizza That Giant. Okay, good, James Nordoff. I'm glad. Okay. I'm glad your boobs feel good. Gwen, hello, Gwen. Hello, Gwen. How are you doing, Gwen? So glad to see you. Hope you got good sleep, Gwen. Hope you got good sleep. Who else we got here? Barbara. Hello, Barbara. Barbara's also a great backgrounder. You know, Barbara, I always forget to give you a boop. Here's an extra boop for you, Barbara. Boop. There you go. Since I keep forgetting to give you a boop when you're in the background. Okay. Xander says, "F the haters, eating my ears, Big Daddy." Oh, you know it, Xander. Okay. Sure, I'll chew real loud just for you, Xander. Hello, Xander. Hope you're doing well. Everyone should check out Xander's channel on YouTube. Okay. Xander TBD. All right. I don't, if that's actually not the name of it, is it? Would you remind me, Xander, what's the name of your channel? It's not actually, is it, or it is called Xander, whatever. Just remind me in the chat and I'll do a shout out. I can't remember what it's called exactly, but it's a great channel. Okay. Hello, LaCroix. How are you doing, LaCroix? So glad you're here. So glad you're here, LaCroix, as always. A piece of that giant, of course. Okay, excellent. So it is, in fact, Xander TBD. Excellent. Okay, there we go. All right. All right. They feel great. Excellent. Okay, see here, Norman is excellent. I might actually, SoCal. Maybe I will end up going that way. Yeah, LaCroix, Alberta finally joining the union, right? After all these years. Okay, just kidding. Mayflower Kid is here. Hello, Mayflower Kid. So glad you're here. Okay, Mithril, I had terrible sleep. Grandson vomited 3 times on me. Oh my God, Mithril. I'm so sorry about that. I am so sorry about that. I've been vomited on a few times, so I totally get that. A sick students, yeah. Or had to clean up vomit. It's not fun. And I'm one of the people that if I see vomit or I'm near it, I start gagging and shit. Okay, whatever. I won't gross you all out. But yeah. Okay. Alyssa, what's happening? Oh, you know, Alyssa, a bunch of shit's happening all the time, right? Shit's happening all the time. How are you doing, Alyssa? Okay, and Matt Saigai. Hello, Matt Saigai. Hello, Matt Saigai. So glad you're here. So glad you're here. Okay, guys. Okay, let's get going. Now, I have a lovely show lined up for you today. Lovely show lined up for you today. We have a There's an individual that is in our community that has provided me with some intel, let's put it that way, regarding a growing far right wing militia group movement called Lorpism that kind of concerns me, and I'll explain why. Um, but 'cause it's still pretty secretive, but it exists, and this person is familiar with them, and I'm going to talk about them a little bit. Um, I am gonna we'll talk about it a little bit, okay? I tried not to advertise it too much because I don't want any of them in here, okay? So I didn't really mention it in the title or anything, but we'll talk about it, okay? I'll explain, LaQual, I'll explain. So we'll talk about that movement a little bit. First, we have some news items. We don't have a terribly large number of news items, okay? We don't have a terribly large number of news items because, yeah, we just don't. And but we're going to also talk a bit about the UK, the stabbing that happened there of 2 Jewish people, and it is having some fascinating implications, okay? I was reading all about it this morning and how all these accusations of antisemitism flying back and forth with links to Israel, and, like, it's, bizarre, okay? So we're gonna talk about that a bit. We have a few other news updates about Alberta, claiming that it wants independence. Um, yeah, I'm sorry, Sir Bart, which is fascinating to me because I also think the United States is, empowering that a bit. So anyway, we have a lot to talk about. Let's get into it, shall we? Let's get into it, folks. Let's get into it. So, okay, kind of LaCroix. Alberta is like the Texas of Canada, that's for sure. Um, yes, correct, Mithril, and that's what we're going to talk about. Mithril is how isn't that strange, Mithril? How like no one's talking about that, right? No one's talking about the Muslim man, which is interesting. Okay. Oh, absolutely, Xander. No doubt it is. Okay. So let's talk first about the Alberta bit. Okay. So for those who don't know, Alberta is a province of Canada, right? A province of Canada. Oh, that's right, Xander. You're also from Canada, aren't you? Aren't you guys? Wait a minute. Why the hell isn't the chat appearing on the page? I swear I'm going to lose my mind. Was the chat not appearing on the other page? No, it is. It's just not appearing on this page. Why isn't it appearing on this page? What is going on? Why won't my chat appear? Is it going to be on the at the top? There we go. There it is. Okay, I got it. So, all right. So, Alberta. Alberta is a province of Canada, right? You're from Alberta, Xander? Hilarious. Okay. Hilarious. Okay. So, what are you doing over there, Xander? All right. So Alberta is a province of Canada, of course. And once again, I need to fix something else now because apparently move to top. This isn't gonna work. There. Okay. There we go. Thank you so much, Jonas. Jesus was black. I agree, Jonas. Probably actually literally may have been black. And at very least wasn't white. Okay. So hello, Jonas. Thank you for the 100 bits. Okay. So Alberta is a province in Canada. Now, why am I talking about this? Well, a little while back, guys, you know, when America was doing its Americaning and it was like threatening Canadian sovereignty and claiming that, it wants Canada and that Canada should be the 51st state over Sir Bart's dead body, of course. And, but so there was all that fun stuff going on. Now, luckily, the United States has backed off these threats, at least in the short term, apparently. But at this time, guys, there is in Alberta, and I don't know much about this separatist group. In Alberta, though, there's been a growing separatist movement seeking independence for Alberta from the rest of Canada. Okay. And from what I've heard, it's a right-wing movement. From what I know about it, it's a right-wing movement, and they've been seeking independence from Canada. Now, this is moronic. Okay. I cannot explain how moronic this really is, because it would be almost a completely untenable state if they did that. Okay. I don't know how they can imagine it would be. I'm pretty sure Alberta, let me see here. Alberta, Canada. I'm just gonna look at a map here. Yeah, as I thought. It's completely landlocked. It would be landlocked, which means it would have no access to global markets based off of, like it's easier to have independence if you have links to an ocean, okay? They do not. It is a moronic thing. And today, or maybe was it yesterday, Alberta's separatist groups claims that they've gotten enough signatures to trigger a referendum in Alberta on leaving Canada. Now, I suspect that I don't know. I don't think this will happen. Okay, I have trouble believing that this will actually work. Okay, I really doubt. Correct, Sir Bart. They'd lose the benefits of being Canadian as well, and it's not like Alberta has enough resources to maintain itself. Anyway, um, so I suspect this won't end up passing, but it is disturbing that they've gotten this far. And what we know, kind of Mithral, kind of sounds like it. What we do know though, guys, is that the United States previously had sent people to speak to these separatists. Um, the Trump administration did. They sent officials to Alberta to speak to these Albertan separatists as a way of pressuring the Canadian government. Okay, so I can't help but think that this might have some kind of link to the U.S. And it may very well have been being funded by U.S. private equity or something, assisted by, um, this kind of crap. So Xander says it can't happen. There's no legal framework in the Canadian government for a province to separate. Quebec tried it back in the 70s, and the federal government basically laughed and said, "Okay, cool, right, Xander." Um, yeah, my worry, Xander, and listen, guys, I suspect. Okay, got you, Sir Bart. You said, CR, a referendum does not mean sovereignty. It just means the government has to look into it, nothing more. I got you, Sir Bart. The reason, guys, you notice I'm not really going into the details of that, and I didn't look much into the details of it, right? Is because I am concerned, and I might be exaggerating slightly. A lot of times, these kind of separatist movements become excuses for invasion and from foreign countries. Am I saying that I think the United States is gonna do that? I think that's a very low chance. But it becomes a casus belli or a reason for war for a nation to be like, well, we're defending the independence of this newly formed nation. So we're gonna come in and support their independence and put troops on the ground or invade. Now, do I think I know that's dark. I really don't think that will end up happening. That is extremely unlikely. But my point is that regardless of whether it's just a referendum, okay, it still is that's good enough as a casus belli for the United States in some ways, okay? And I know that's disturbing. Um, and Xander, I want to watch a video of financial. Oh, please, I completely believe you, Xander. I looked into that a little bit, and yeah, there's a lot of financial backing from U.S. companies, which is interesting. It makes me think that that the United States is partially behind this. Um, so yeah, okay. Now, do I think that, like I said, I really think that's unlikely. I don't mean to sound conspiratorial, but I'm wondering if that is sort of the goal here is like pressure on the American government. Pressure on the Canadian government. Um, no, exactly, Norman. I don't think we will do that. I really don't think we're going to invade. But it could be used, though, at the very least, as a wedge to kind of put pressure on the Canadian government. All right, and yeah, we'll see. Uh, okay. Yep. Yeah. No, Xander. Exactly, Xander. So imagine, Xander, what would happen if the Canadian government does crack down on it. Justifiably or not, and then the United States says, "Look at the oppressive Canadian government abusing their own people who just want to be independent." And I like anyway. So again, I think it's very unlikely that we would put troops on the ground. I really do, or like send troops there, but it does worry me. Okay, it does worry me that that this is happening now. It's just weirdly timed, and maybe it was because of what happened with the Trump administration sending people over there. Regardless, so let me read about this. Alberta separatist group says it has enough signatures. Let's just read this a little bit of this, guys. Alberta separatists said they have almost 302. How many people? What is the population? Okay, so there's over 4 million people in Alberta. Okay. They have over almost 302,000 signatures to try and trigger a referendum on the province leaving Canada. The group needs 178,000 signatures to force the province to consider such a vote. The question of separation could go on a province-wide ballot as early as October. Alberta Premier Danielle Smith said she would move forward if enough names are gathered and verified. Smith has also said she personally does not support the oil-rich province leaving Canada. And that could also be that America wants Canadian oil. I mean, that's possible too. Uh, Yes vote would not trigger independence automatically. Negotiations with the federal government would have to take place, and Daniel Bayland, a political science professor at McGill University in Montreal, said some indigenous groups who are already using the courts to prevent an independence referendum would use venues, including the courts, to stop independence from happening. Okay. Can I give you an example, guys, historically, of why this is just my history brain? So, Colombia used to own Panama, okay? The Panamanian region, okay? What is now the country of Panama. And the United States was upset because the government of Colombia would not allow the United States to build a canal in their territory. All right. So the United States basically created and funded an independence movement in Panama, told them to declare independence. They did. And when Colombia responded, the United States intervened on the side of Panama and uh, crushed Colombia and then allowed Panama to declare independence, and in exchange got control over the Panama Canal. So that's the sort of thing I'm talking about. And I don't know if that is what's happening here, but it just gave me that reminder in history, okay? And apparently, though, there are petitions occurring in Edmonton of the court challenging this. The courts, I mean, there might be groups challenging this in court, which is good. Um, okay. So Smith has accused previous federal liberal governments of introducing legislation that hamstrings Alberta's ability to produce and export oil, which she said has cost the province billions of dollars. She also said she doesn't want the federal government. Oh my God, these people are morons. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Canadians out there, but these people are morons. What do they think's going to happen? Like, what do they think is going to happen if they break off from Canada? They will essentially have to rely on the United States because Canada, they're not going to be able to survive on their own, and Canada's not going to support it. So that means they're going to have to turn to the United States, and they will basically become vassals. It's so dumb. Okay. Yeah, okay. I believe you, Xander. I believe you that the liberal government may have actually been like um hamstringing the production of oil and things like that, which is interesting. But like, what are these people thinking? Um, Okay, they must, and that's where I'm worried, guys. It's almost like they're confident about something, which is weird to me. All right. So, Jesus. Okay. Um, yeah, no, I don't think so in your groove. They can't fund their healthcare. They can't fund their healthcare without the rest of Canada. At least I don't suspect they could. I would have to look into that. Okay. Prime Minister Mark Carney, federal government did not immediately respond to the development. Balin, the political science professor at McGill, says that the referendum is likely to lose. That's good, at least. Okay, that's good, at least. Yeah, the federal government only passes legislation to help U.S. companies. Anything that would lead to energy independence. Fascinating. See, I didn't know that, guys. I need to read more about that, Xander, about how American economic imperialism in Canada. That's fascinating, Xander. So you're saying the federal government only passes legislation to help U.S. companies. Oh, well, that's great. That's great. Okay, that's ridiculous. No, I love America and how much it just beats up on its neighbors. Okay. Horrific. Okay. Can someone explain why Canada doesn't own Alaska? The United States purchased it from Russia, Jonas. And yeah, Russia didn't think it was valuable, so the United States purchased it before Canada did. Okay. Yeah, correct. Okay. Yes, guys. So interesting. So right now, support for independence in Alberta is rather low. So less than 30% isn't bad. Um, AB is actually disgustingly rich and would have no problem funding its own existence. A huge portion of Albertan wealth goes to funding other province healthcare systems. Fascinating. See, I didn't know any of this. I need to look into this. Okay. That is fascinating. So they really do produce a lot of their own wealth. And so I see. So they don't want to have to share the wealth either, do they? They don't want to have it hamstringed, and they also don't want to share the wealth. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, they want to keep it for themselves essentially for just the province, which makes sense though if they're being suppressed from being able to produce it. Okay, interesting. So okay, so that's just an interesting development, guys. That's just an interesting Development. I know, Jonas. We literally do. Like we're an empire. Okay, we're an empire, yeah, Jonas. Right? But that's isn't that funny, Jonas? Like I'm always having to remind people that we're an empire, and some people don't believe me. Okay, I mean you guys do, but like people out in the real world, I guess you could say, don't believe me when I'm like, hey, we're an empire. They're like, well, not really. American, not empire. We don't direct. I'm like, no, we are. We're an empire. Okay. Anyway, so by the way, guys, so anyway, so that's just that's happening in Canada. I feel stupid now because apparently I should have done more reading about it. You guys taught me some about it. Um, okay, so yeah. All right. Anyway, so that's what's happening in Canada. Very interesting. And for the Americans out there, this is interesting for us too. Okay, because this could be a sign of what our government wants to do and things like that. Okay. Pretty much, except it's full of yeah. Okay. Okay, so let's go on here. So that's happening in Alberta, which is right across the border. Okay, God bless these United States and our imperial hegemony and things like that. And okay, that's a joke. Obviously, I'm repulsed. Okay, Xander. Fun fact: the town with the highest KKK membership per capita is an hour and a half away from where I grew up. I went camping there once. Weird vibes. I wonder why, Xander. Okay, Xander, are you wipe a chance? I'm a guess no. No, Xander is, I'm sorry, I'm speaking for you, Xander. Xander is half black, half white, so black. Okay, I think Xander mentioned that he was black. Um, okay, so I'm a guess no. Just every white Albertan I've met is a mega lunatic. There you go. Lacroix, tell Guam, Puerto Rico, and American Samoa we are an empire. You know what? Let me show you guys something. You're right, Lacroix. So, guys, the general idea of what an empire is, and I'm not gonna don't worry, I'm not gonna go too much into this. Jesus, this is gonna be terrible drawing, okay? You have the core. Ah, God. So an empire, most academics would define, how dare you, Sir Bart? Okay. As the core. So an empire can be defined as a economic core or metropole. It can also be called a metropole. Okay. Metropole. Metropole. Okay. And then an economic periphery. So what does that mean? Periphery. So periphery. So basically, you have a center of power, and then that is may not be large geographically, but you then have a massive periphery, a bunch of other countries, states, regions, cultural groups around that core, and the economic benefits flow towards the core. All right. So, for example, America and Europe are both massive global metropoles. Economic extraction flows from the periphery, which includes South America, Africa, Southeast Asia, okay, the Middle East. A lot of that stuff flows from that periphery to the core. All right, that stuff doesn't necessarily. A lot of the stuff produced doesn't necessarily completely benefit the people where it's produced. It flows towards the core. Okay, so that would be a simple explanation of an empire. Okay, and yeah, this can look different ways. You can have a direct empire where you have literally directly owned territories, like the Roman Empire did, where resources and things flow from the directly owned periphery to Rome. Okay, or you can have indirect empires or hidden empires where you actually have independent states at the periphery, but their economies are essentially controlled by the core. Okay. So whether or now the United States is a bit of both. We have military bases all over the planet. Okay. I mean, that's one thing that's a sign we're an empire because those military bases protect the flow of resources towards the core. All right. Um, and yeah, and then we have a bunch of economic things um, that pull resources towards the United States and to Europe, but mainly the United States at this point. Okay, so all right, yeah, Gwen. Okay, exactly. Jonas, I've noticed your obsession with the Poles, the Nazi Polish Congress, Poles on political view. Oh my God, Jonas, I hate you. Okay, so anyway, so yeah, America's an empire. All right. I mean, just think about what Xander just said. Even Canada passes a bunch of laws and stuff that benefit American energy companies. Interesting. Okay, so that would be all right. Anyway, though Canada is part of the economic core a bit. This is complicated, but in some ways not. All right. So, yeah, Vulture Capitalism. Interesting book there, Mithril. I'd have to take a look at that. Yes, independent Scotland, right, Norman? See, now, however, though, see, Scotland could probably exist independently, Norman, just because it is next to the ocean. It has access to global markets. Um, okay. Yeah, Raccoon. Yeah, Raccoon Boy. It was suzerainty, which is, which is an empire. Okay, empires have suzerainities, if that makes sense. All right, let's go on. Okay, so that's the one story is the Alberta. Let's go on. They have. So Jonas says, does Canada have a left wing, or are they like the U.S.? They have a left wing, but it's farther left than the United States. Okay, but it's not as it's not as like powerful of a left wing as some of the left wing movements in Europe. Okay, it's like in between the United States and Europe in terms of being of the left wing parties. Does that make sense? Okay, it's not like that left wing. Let's put it that way. Okay, um, yeah. Yes, sir. But I guess what I mean, though, like, do you have a left? You don't have that much of a. You don't have like a terribly strong left, right? Like socialism, things like that, right? Is that right, Sir Bart? And Xander, I'm just curious. It's less than Europe, but it's more than the United States. That's the impression I got from it. Okay. Okay. Really? Excellent, Sir Bart. Okay. So the National Democrat is moving in that direction. Fantastic, Sir Bart. Okay, never mind then. All right, let's go on, guys. So, really, Naomi Klein and her husband have started a new party. See, I need to look into Canadian politics. It's been a while since I've looked up with it. Okay, I've looked it up. Okay, because I'm an American exceptionalist, right, guys? Okay, no. All right, interesting. Let's go on here. So, all right. Next story here. Obviously, guys, we have how dare you, Matt Sagai? We have this is a sort of a small story. You know what? No, let's go to the big story first, the bigger story. So here we go. So something happened in the UK. Interesting, Sir Bart. What was the guy? He was forgive me, he was a Sikh, and I really liked his policies. I know I'm kind of racially profile or not racially profiling, but the fact that I remember that he's a Sikh, I know is kind of weird, but I do remember he was a Sikh, I believe. And what was his name? That's right. Yagmet Singh. I loved him. I loved a lot of his policies. And is he still around? Did he get sniped by the establishment? I'm just curious. Not literally. Um, oh, that's so cool, Sorbar. I love Yagmi, and like all the racism directed at him was really disgusting. And I really closely followed his career. I thought he was super interesting. Um, and he said some really based things. Uh, okay, he said some really based things. Um, yeah, is that so, Xander? God damn it! I need see. This is why I need to follow him more closely. You said he turned into an absolute cow. Dude enabled Trudeau to do whatever he wanted. Ugh. Okay, that's unfortunate. Um, really, he capitulated to the conservatives. God damn it. Okay, I need to see. This is why I need to. I stopped following him for a bit, and I thought he was still up to good shit. Okay, whatever. This is what I get for having hope. Okay, so let's go on here. Norman, you say, what's your opinion on GB News, CR? What's GB News? Forgive me. What is GB News? I'm being slow here, Norman. What's GB News? Okay, let's go on here. So I wanted to show you here, guys. I know we can't have nice things. No, we can't, LaQual. Never have a hero, that's for sure. I think his group festers. Really? Ugh. Okay. I'll need to look more into these folks. Okay. Great Britain News is a baby fox CR. Ew. Okay, that sounds awful, Mithril. Okay, good comparison, though. I immediately knew how to answer that. So let me just show you guys something here. How do I say this? So a few days ago, there was a terrorist attack. I'm using the language that the media uses, a terrorist attack in the UK. Okay, there were, I believe, what, 2 Jewish people knifed. Okay, and I think there was also just watch this, okay? And I have gotten obsessed with this story. Matt Saigai told me to look it up yesterday, and I looked it up, and I'm like, oh my god, this just gets weirder and weirder and weirder, weirder and weirder, weirder and weirder and weirder. Okay, so let's just watch this. This is from the Independent, which is sort of a liberal centrist. I guess I'd view it as right wing source in the UK. So we're going to watch a couple videos about it, very short ones. And then I wanted to tell you some of the interesting things that happened. Something interesting happened yesterday. A poll came out about Zach Polanski that shows that this is really hurting his approval rating, which pisses me the fuck off because it seems like there's a trend now in the UK of whenever a lefty starts doing well, something happens that regarding with an accusation of anti-Semitism, and suddenly they start losing numbers in the polls. It seems to be an orchestrated character assassination campaign, and it's driving me insane. So let's just watch this real fast.
Take the taser! Get him out! Detention of power! Detention of power! Drop the knife! Drop the knife! Drop the knife!
I'm here with the Independent at Golders Green Road, where earlier today 2 Jewish men were stabbed.
Now, from what I've heard, wasn't there also a Muslim stabbed? Wasn't there also a Muslim stabbed?
Neighborhood watch group.
Yeah, also, by guys, can I just point out that if this had been America, that cop would not have used a taser. They would have shot the guy and killed him immediately. It's strange to see that. Like, can you guys imagine if a cop saw someone with a knife running at them? They would start shooting and ask questions later. Anyway, but they tased the guy, it looked like.
Rim told us they received reports at around 11:20 this morning from someone with a lot of panic in their voice. Within a minute, they say their team had arrived at the scene and a man was soon detained.
Okay, so he's being detained.
Today's events.
Interesting. They didn't really show the part that Zach Polanski talked about, right? I want to see what happens, guys, in the clip. What happens in the clip here is that the cops actually kicked the guy in the head. They kicked him in the head. They really roughed him up. They literally kicked him straight up in the head. Okay, and this is important. They didn't show that, did they? They didn't show that in that video, but this is important for what we're going to talk about next, okay?
It's the latest in a string of attacks that have targeted the Jewish community. People we spoke to told us of the heartbreak they felt after receiving today's news. They say Jewish people no longer feel safe living in this neighborhood and are in a state of constant fear.
This is not just a rise or a speech. This is becoming a pandemic.
Okay, I don't want to say anything mean. Okay, never mind.
Pandemic.
There is no reason for these attacks to happen, and it has to stop. But as a community, we won't stop our lives, we won't give in to fear or hate, and we will continue.
Speaking from the scene earlier was Police Commissioner Mark Rowley and Labour MP Sarah Sackman, who were drowned out by furious hecklers calling for their resignations and chanting, "Shame on you, shame on you."
Shame on who for what? I'm sorry, shame on the police? What?
Shame on you, shame on you. Hecklers calling for their resignation. Sarah Sackman, who were drowned out by furious hecklers calling for their resignations and chanting, "Shame on you, shame on you."
Wait. I'm sorry. They're calling for the resignation of who? They're calling for the resignation of the police, even though the police handled the guy? I'm confused.
This is an awful attack today. It is completely understandable why
Ann Starmer. Okay.
Jewish Londoners feel afraid. That's why we're putting so much extra policing into these events, and we're going to be looking at what more we can do over the forthcoming weeks.
Do you guys think that? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm not trying to be an asshole here, but I am kind of being an asshole. Do we think that if this had been 2 Muslims that had been stabbed, that there would be people standing outside chanting "shame on you" to the police for not having done more or whatever? I suspect no. We probably wouldn't hear a peep. We wouldn't have heard a single goddamn peep. okay? Not a peep, okay? And nor do I think we would have heard the goddamn Keir Starmer coming out and saying that he might consider banning pro-Israel protests because of these attacks on because of an attack on a Muslim. I'm just saying, I'm gonna lose my mind. Like, this whole scenario is making me go crazy.
Frank, this is not an isolated incident. There've been a series of anti-Semitic attacks, and I know
Oh, shut up, Keir Starmer.
the anxiety that is causing in the community and concern. We need to get to the
Exactly, Xander. Exactly.
root causes of extremism and anti-Semitism, and so that is what we're doing.
Okay. So, a very unclear and biased report, a very unclear and very biased report by The Independent. Now, here's where it gets more interesting, folks. So that happened. And now this is from Sky News. Now, Sky News, guys, isn't great, okay? But we're going to watch it. This is like a 3-minute clip about the Green Party. Because now there are reports that the head of the Green Party's, let's just watch this, okay?
The anti-Semitic attack in Golders Green was not only terrifying, it started a fresh debate at the highest political levels about policing, protest, and the safety of British Jews. 4 days later, we've come to Golders Green to speak to Jewish people about how safe they feel.
The authorities and the police and the government have to take care of the underlying cause of this anti-Semitism, which they're part of.
Oh, and what is that? What is the okay? Here's the thing, though, guys. I get it. I feel bad for innocent Jewish people who get targeted because of the actions of Israel. But the guy is implying? Is that not what he's implying? He's implying that the reason there's these anti-Semitic attacks is because they're not pro-Israel enough. Is that what that implication is? That's certainly what it sounded like to me. Yeah, there you go, Xander. Yeah, we need to make sure every Muslim is jailed just to be sure. Yeah, like, come on. That's like, they will not be happy until every Muslim is jailed in this country. I swear to God. And everyone who speaks up in favor of, who's against genocide, anyone who, gets jailed, right? Oh my God, I'm going to lose my mind. Okay.
In the aftermath of the attack, Zach Polanski, the leader of the Green Party, shared a post criticising the police response. He spoke to Sky's Trevor Phillips about that.
I think you can both recognise the bravery of officers.
Matt Saigai. So, this is a hard question to answer, Matt Saigai, and I know people will misinterpret me if I answer it the wrong way. So I'm going to be careful. But Matt Saigai says, I'm sorry, but why is it that it's only the Jewish people who are given priority and only their protection is paramount? For a number of reasons, Matt Saigai. Okay. I know, Matt. I know, J-Mac. I'm going to be careful. I'm not. One thing is that they're white passing. Okay. They are white. I'll put it that way. They are white. There's debates amongst academics about whether Jewish people are in fact white, like in terms of how they're treated, etc. But they are white. They are white passing. You're right. A lot of them are white passing. Okay. So that means they're considered more valuable than people who are dark skinned. Another thing is that the trauma of the Holocaust, I got to tell you, is another big factor. Especially in Europe, there's a really strong memory of the Holocaust. That was like one of the worst, one of the worst things that happened in European history in the past 100 years. Okay, horrific. And so people all over the place are hyper aware of anti-Semitism and violence against Jews. So there's that too. Okay. Another thing is that Jewish populations have lived in Europe for many. Yeah, exactly, Matty Holmes. But but European Jews, I should say, Matty Holmes, if that makes sense. Most of the European Jews are white. Anyway, so what was I going to say here? The next thing here, guys, is that there's also Jewish folks have lived in Europe for thousands of years. Okay, they've been there for a long time. There have not been as many Muslim folks living in the UK or mainland Europe for as long as the established Jewish communities have. Okay, I'm saying that now. I know we can find exceptions to this. So a lot of Jewish communities in Europe have much more established roots there, which means they have a lot. They're kind of viewed as more part of the community and less foreign to an extent. So there's a bunch of reasons. Okay, you know it, Sir Bart. Okay, there's a bunch of reasons for this, and I will say, yes, um, Norman Finkelstein, right? Norman Finkelstein wrote a book called The Holocaust Industry. And I love Norman Finkelstein, who, for the sake of clarity, is in fact Jewish. Okay. He wrote a book about how the government of Israel often uses the Holocaust as a way to garner sympathy and support for the Israeli government, and uses the Holocaust to demonize people who don't agree with the Israeli government and stuff. And a lot of that has been pushed out. So for a lot of Europeans, yeah, that's that it's been really especially heavily pushed amongst Europeans, also amongst Americans. Um, but also majorly amongst Europeans. Okay, there's a lot of propaganda that comes from Israel on these things. All right. Okay. Um, yeah. Does that make sense? All right. So let's go on here. There was one more thing. I don't know if I didn't want to say this because I know people will misinterpret this, and this is the problem when you talk about that's why people get so confused about it, even the past and the yeah, exactly. It's completely made up, Maddie Holmes. Like race is a completely made up concept. That's why I'm like, it depends. Like they're white passing. Some people view them as white. Okay. So the other thing here, guys, is that Jewish folks have a lot of economic roots in Europe. Okay. No, they do not control the banks or anything like that. What I mean is that because Jewish folks have been in Europe for so long, they have a lot of economic establishment there. There's Jewish owned businesses and things like that. So there are a lot of economic interests in Europe that are linked to Jewish folks, which makes it also more difficult, which gives them more power. Okay, not like Jewish folks overall more power. It gives certain Jewish folks some influence over politics and stuff because they have established economic power there. No, they do not have they're not like controlling the government. It's not like a cabal. It's just that just like other Europeans that have lived there for generations, they've owned some businesses. They have some economic power that can be used to influence things. Okay. Just like any other Christian European. Does that make sense? Okay. You see why it's hard. Like, I'm not trying to say, like, I'm even worried about mentioning that because there are insane conspiracy theories. Okay. But that goes back to Jewish folks living in Europe for so long, which is fine. They're European. All right. Okay. Okay. Do we understand that? Okay, let's go on.
Who run towards incidents that most of us, including myself,
Yeah.
would certainly want to run away
absolutely,
from.
Jonas. Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely.
And find the appropriate forum to say that no one, especially the police, should be above scrutiny. Reason why I've apologised is I accept that wasn't the appropriate forum.
Labour condemned the initial post by Polanski.
I thought it was disgusting what he did and absolutely abhorrent. I think it demonstrates that the man is not fit to lead a political party.
And they had a similar reaction here.
Trump failed. Hey, CR, funny story. I just finished watching One Piece at last until the next season. And in this past season, they had an antagonist, which is a group of 5 men called the Elders, who were a secret group. Oh, that's disgusting. Okay. Yeah, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion is fake. Okay. And guys, I want to be clear. I know I was saying Jewish folks. That's because I was asked about why people are concerned about criticizing Judaism and stuff. Obviously, there is a clear difference between Zionism and Judaism, right? There's a clear difference between Zionism and Judaism. And I want to point out that, Norman Finkelstein, for example, is Jewish, but a massive anti-Zionist. Okay. So I don't mean to say I'm talking about Jewish folks generally, about like why there's a lot of concern by non-Jewish folks about protecting Jewish folks. That's partially understandable, partially constructed by Israel, and also partially due to economic influence that Jewish folks have. But we could also say the same about Christian folks, by the way. Christian folks have far more economic influence than Jewish folks, and you notice that Christian folks are always screaming about getting rid of Muslims and stuff. because they have a lot of power to do that, because they have a lot of say and a lot of population and things like that. Okay. Um, JMac, I hate you so much. I hate you so much. Okay. Oh, almost certainly, Xander. As a matter of fact, Xander, Christian Zionism is anti-Semitic. Okay, Christian Zionism claims, Christian Zionism, is anti-Semitic. It wants all the Jews to return to Israel, so that the apocalypse can happen, and then, according to Christian Zionists, all the Jews go to hell. It is explicitly anti-Semitic. Okay. Yeah, totally, Jonas. Totally. Okay.
What his behavior is doing. I'm talking about his behavior.
But you guys see the danger in that, right? Where the state of Israel always conflates Judaism and Zionism. So that makes it really hard for Europeans who are very careful with how Jews are treated because of an understandable fear of like the Holocaust and things like that. It makes it really hard for a lot of Europeans to go after Zionism because in a lot of people's minds, it's associated with Judaism. You see what I mean? So yeah. Okay.
He is potentially undermining the confidence of the police in incredibly difficult circumstances.
The attacks renewed focus on pro-Palestine marchers, with the Prime Minister saying some of them should perhaps be restricted, a move Polanski vehemently opposes.
We should not and must not pit people facing physical violence against people's freedom of speech and ability to march in relation to a genocide in Palestine. I said there are people who are unsafe, Jewish people, and that's clearly true. There are also people who feel like the marches.
Matt Saigai, that's fine. Matt Saigai says, suck my dick, controversial take, but I think Europeans don't really give two fucks about Jewish people. If they did, they'd realize not to repeat the same shit with other communities. Yeah, Matt Saigai, and I know this is complicated, but that's where the propaganda has been, okay? Has been that Jewish people are the ones who are always targeted and stuff. And then all the propaganda on the other side has been to dehumanize Muslims, okay? Has been to dehumanize Muslims and to present Jewish folks as victims. And historically, yeah, there has been a lot of Jewish victimization in Europe. There has. But it sort of forgets the humanity of all people, doesn't it? To only view Jewish folks as victims. Okay? Of course, yeah.
Are hate marches. I'm saying as a Jewish person who marches with many Jewish people against the occupation in Palestine.
Yeah, LaCroix, exactly. And this is why, guys, this is hard for me to talk about, guys. I want you guys to know, you can see even I kind of feel it. I went to a Jewish university for graduate school, okay? I taught in a Jewish school. I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to, I hope you all know that I'm not, okay. But LaCroix here says, I've heard the global South doesn't have this same underlying guilt regarding the Holocaust. So they think the way the West treat people that are Jewish very delicately is weird. Exactly. And that's the thing, LaCroix. It's a Europe thing. It's an America thing. The West, because of the Holocaust, has this really, it was a very traumatic event. Okay. It was a very traumatic event for the whole world. Yeah, there you go, Outer. So thank you. Exactly. But see, Outer Signal, for those that aren't from, I'm sure the people that are not from the West in here, it's very obvious how like I'm prevaricating. I'm like, look, I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm not anti-Semitic. But we all know, guys, we all know, right? That's like, it is, you can see the amount of intimidation and stuff that takes place. If you say, heck, I lost a job because I was anti-Israel. Okay. There's a lot of terror tactics that go into this and a lot of trauma in regards to this historically. So in the West, it's a very sensitive issue. Okay. It is, J-Mac. It is fucked up. Okay. You see what I mean? All right. So let's go on. But guys, it's also infuriating. And it makes me sad somewhat. You know why? Because in the perfect world, we would be careful about every group, right? We'd be careful about how we talked about Jewish folks. We'd be careful about how we talked about Muslim folks. We'd be careful about how, there you go, Matt Saigai, walking on eggshells. Correct. okay, we'd be careful about it. But you know what I mean, okay? So it's like, but we're really very specifically careful about certain groups, about Jewish folks, okay? Um, all right.
When people say that makes them feel unsafe, that's a distortion of what the march is.
Do you see where he's coming from in terms of that? I go on these marches, I'm Jewish, I feel safe.
He's a useful idiot.
Correct. You took the words out of my mouth.
Yes, of course you can pick a handful of Jewish people there, but the vast majority of them regard these marches as hate marches.
No, Jonas, exactly. Jonas, I got to tell you, like, yeah. And to be honest, Jonas, to be a Muslim and to say something against Israel or to say something that even slightly sounds like a critique of Jewish folks, that would probably be even scarier. I got to tell you. Yeah. Okay. I should say a critique of like a Jewish group or whatever. Okay. Yeah. I feel like I can't disagree with Israeli policy without being seen as a Jew hater. Yeah. Okay. I know. I get that. Yeah, I know you do, Jonas, but like that's what it's so annoying, right? It also, guys, pushes people away. Like it pushes allies of Jewish folks away from being allies if they feel like they're constantly, if they're not allowed to, you guys see what I'm saying, okay? All right.
The murders, the knifings, the bombing of ambulances, this didn't occur a couple of years ago. It's totally related to the marches now.
Someone who's born a Jew is a Jew. But when he's walking down the road on these marches, is he wearing a Magen David? Is he wearing a kippah? Is he wearing a talit saying, I'm a Jew? Is he holding the Israeli flag? Or is he going as a...
Matt Saigai, you know why? And, okay. I'm trying to debate how to say this, guys. Because again, I'm having to walk on eggshells, all right? Matt Saigai. Matt Saigai says another reason I say the West, by and large, doesn't care about Jewish people is because they don't apply the same logic to black and brown. Okay, folks who were put through slavery and colonialism, not to trivialize it, but a lot more black and brown folks were killed by the West. You're 100% correct, Matt Saigai. And to be clear, Matt Saigai, do you know why that is, Matt Saigai? Because of a difference in power. Okay? Jewish Europeans are part of the imperial core. Jewish Europeans are they're Europeans. They're Europeans. Okay, they're Europeans. They're part of the imperial core. By the way, a lot of Israelis are Europeans. Okay, they're Europeans. Israel was founded as a European colony. So yeah, if you there is a difference in power and influence between Jewish folks who were oppressed because they were part of the imperial core and black and brown people. You see what I mean? So when we talk about these things, there has been a lot more resources, time, and energy put into humanizing Jewish folks because they're Europeans than there has been humanizing black and brown folks who were killed, for example, under, the British Empire. Okay? And it makes it, since there isn't as much power behind people from the global South to influence this stuff, there's a lot more ways to frighten people and make them more nervous about, or to focus more on one group being oppressed than the other groups from being oppressed. Does that make sense? Okay. So yeah, you're absolutely right, Matt Saigai. You're right. Okay. Like, yeah. Okay.
Pro-Palestinian activist. And I think it is...
And Matt Saigai, we've seen that in our community, and you know what I'm talking about, Matt Saigai, where people are like, well, we can't talk about the Holocaust in a certain way, but we can talk about what happened in India a certain way, right? You know what I mean, Matt Saigai.
Doesn't feel intimidated because he's not going as a Jew.
One of those people who does go to those marches as a Jew is Stephen Kapos, who, as a child, survived the Holocaust. We met in another corner of North London, in a Palestinian cafe that he suggested.
They are not threatening to Jews. We are our group of Holocaust survivors and descendants who stand on the side with placards proclaiming who we are. We get the most warm, enthusiastic response from the marchers. And they are...
See, I love these guys, these people who survived the Holocaust. Okay, this guy here that survived the Holocaust. A lot of folks who survived the Holocaust deeply support the pro-Palestinian marches. Okay, and here's one of them. Okay,
happy family events, nothing to do with hatred.
See, okay, like this is what drives me crazy. Is like this is why the Holocaust industry is so interesting, because like the people who have actually been through the Holocaust, so many of them support the Palestinians. Not all of them, but a lot of them have. And yet there's this constant propaganda being put out claiming that trying to conflate the Holocaust with being anti-Israel. You know what I mean? So it drives me insane. Okay. And by the way, guys, it's such a disgusting. One of the things that drives me so crazy about this, folks, is because of how disgusting it is that like using the Holocaust in this way is disgusting to me. It just is. Like, it really diminishes the suffering of people during the Holocaust to, use Israel, to conflate Israel with it. It's so gross to me. It is so disrespectful and dehumanizing.
And it is a slur, a political defaming claim that they are in any way anti-Semitic.
Few in the community here in Golders Green would agree with Kapos. This is a fiercely felt and fiercely fought debate.
Yep,
given what is at stake, anti-Semitism and the safety of Jewish people. Tom Cheshire, Sky News, Golders Green.
Not one word, folks. Not one word about the safety of Muslims. Not one. Not one mention about the genocide that has been ongoing. Okay? Mithril, Trevor Phillips is a Blairite who was rewarded for his loyalty to be appointed head of the Equality Commission. Needless to say, he was a huge disappointment. There you go. Okay? Yeah. That's crazy. Mithril. So yeah. Sam, watch a bit of the Trevor Phillips interview of Zach Polanski. Okay. Where is it, Matt Saigai? So here's the thing, guys. We'll watch it in a second, Matt Saigai. So I want to show you this story because this is just fascinating to me. It's like very reflective. It is very reflective of, the double standard on this issue. Okay. The double standard on this issue and how literally Zach Polanski now is losing numbers in the polls because he said that he slightly critiqued the police for kicking the guy in the head who they tackled. And it was so weird. I was watching some UK news sources talking about how, well, of course they kicked him in the head. They were really worked up. Those police officers were really worked up. I don't blame them. They were energized and worked up. So of course they kicked the guy in the head. Zach Polanski is an anti-Semite. I mean, I'm sorry. You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of like the stuff that happened in the United States, with the shooting of unarmed black people and how like right-wingers were like, well, of course the police had their knee in that guy's neck until he suffocated to death. I mean, they felt threatened and he was acting up and stuff. Like, it sounded just like that to me. And yeah, I mean, the guy had stabbed people. I get it. But Zach Polanski's critiquing the guy getting kicked in the head is no way an indication that he's somehow anti-Semitic. And then I was kind of disappointed that he came out and kind of apologized or retracted what he said. I get it, though. He kind of has to. But it seems like that's what keeps happening in the UK. Like, the left-wing politicians keep getting sniped by the other parties who claim that they're anti-Semitic. All right? Okay. Raccoon Boy, I'm not surprised. But it was just an interesting example of this. This whole thing is a very interesting example. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Polanski is Jewish. Okay, to be clear, Polanski is Jewish. All right. Anyway, so I'm gonna lose my mind. How dare you, Raccoon Boy? Don't you dare boot me. So anyway, okay. Ugh. Xander, I watched my 16-year-old friends get absolutely beat to shit for shoplifting a case of Pepsi. 90% of cops are truly just psychopaths. Xander, you know there's stats to back that up, right? At least in the United States, there are a disproportionate number of police officers are charged with domestic abuse. They are far more likely, police officers in the United States are far more likely to do domestic abuse against an intimate partner than the average population. Yeah, 40% of police are thought to commit domestic abuse. And that is an interesting stat. Now, we could debate what causes what, okay? What causes what? So academics are like, does becoming a police officer make you more likely to do this? Or do people who are more likely to do this want to become police officers? It's probably both, okay? But yeah, I am not surprised, especially when you come to minority groups who are dehumanized and not viewed as human, okay, are not viewed as human, then it becomes easier for psychopaths and sociopaths to do whatever they want to you, okay? Outer Signal, George Floyd's crimes, holding counterfeit bills, taking drugs in his past, being black. Yep, and Outer Signal, I love this, okay. It is so revealing when after George Floyd was murdered, very obviously on camera, there were people coming out and they would say things like, well, George Floyd wasn't perfect. He was a drug user. And like, you know, he wasn't a good guy. He had been charged with this in the past. And I'm like, okay. So we think that summary execution in public is what you deserve for being a drug user. Wow, that sounds great. You all think that you should just openly execute people in the streets without a trial if they get accused of being a drug user in the past? It's so like I don't understand it. It's so stupid to me. But it's because they like seeing black people get killed. That's what it is. It doesn't matter the reason for it. They want to see black people being murdered in the street. They will come up with any excuse they can to justify the emotional response, the positive emotional response they have to seeing that. You see what I mean? All right. Yeah, Jonas, I completely agree. And I know Jonas. Yeah, Muslims would never vote for a gay Jew. I know, Jonas, but like, I mean, I see your joke there. Yeah. Anyway, I just, okay. All right. All right. You guys know I'm kind of on a tirade here. Let's go on, guys. Let's go on. So there we go. All right. Anti-Zionism is not, thank you, Marcus, thank you for the $10, really. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. To equate them is to nullify the critical criticisms of the Israeli state and government. Left-wing political figures are always at risk of being labeled anti-Semitic. Correct, Marcus. And that is done on purpose. You know this, Marcus, right? Like, the Israeli state is constantly conflating the two things, and it drives me insane. It drives me insane because it's also really bad for Jewish folks. Okay? Anyway, and you know what, really, guys, I know this sounds like self-congratulatory, but it drives me crazy because a lot of you, if not all of you, are really good people. And you legitimately don't want Jewish people to be targeted and hurt and things like that because they're Jewish. But so like the left are the one who really do want to protect Jewish people. But then whenever the left tries to stand up for other people being oppressed, like the Palestinians, they're suddenly labeled as anti-Semitic. And it's like, it drives me crazy. You know what I mean? Like anyway, because, anyway. All right. Jesus. Okay. Thank you, Marcus, for the $10 over there on YouTube. Really appreciate it, okay? All right, let's go on. Xander, they're doing it on purpose. They want Jews worldwide to feel like they need to back Israel to be safe. Yep, it's a disgusting tactic that is willing to put their own people in danger around the world to further a narrative that lets them steal land and ethnically cleanse. Totally, Xander. Totally. 100%. Yep. It's very, very dark. Okay. Jonas, I'd happily die in a war for Jewish rights, but I'd do the same for... Exactly. Thank you, Jonas. And I know like a lot of us would. That's what drives me crazy is I know I would gladly put my life on the line for my Jewish neighbor. I don't have a Jewish neighbor, but if I did, okay? If for a Jewish neighbor, to protect them from like unjust violence. But I know that if... Okay. I just can't... Anyway. All right. Thank you, Jonas, for the 200 bits. Thank you, Dolly Boy, for the 200 bits. The great cult leader is here. Please notice my presence. And the fine. Hello, Dolly Boy. Whatever. God, everything's about Dolly Boy, isn't it? And his cult. Jesus, I can't stand it. Hello, Dolly Boy. So glad you're here. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, no. Oh, I know. Oh, Paul Squaw. Trust me, I know Paul Squaw. Guys, I actually have Muslim neighbors. All right. I actually have Muslim neighbors. I'm not joking. And honestly, guys, yeah, think about it, though. We're spending all this time talking about Jewish folks, which, yeah, Jewish folks are important and they need to be, they're human beings. They deserve rights. But, you know, Muslims are much more threatened. Okay. Like everywhere. And like, you cannot, this is what, like this attack on these two Jewish folks. Like I said, if this had happened to two Muslims, what would happen? Nothing, probably. No one would really care. It might be like make it on a news story, but they're not going to be people standing out in the streets yelling at the police that they failed, which drives me insane. Okay, it drives me insane because they're people, and I just don't. Okay. Raccoon Boy, CR, you can ask me at any time for tips to impress your Muslim neighbors. Okay, sure, Raccoon Boyo. Yeah, Islamophobia is a very socially acceptable bigotry. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. All right. So let's go on here, guys. All right. So just crazy. And let's hope that stuff, you know, let's hope the UK gets better. I mean, I should say like all this shit improves because it's crazy. And it's here happening here too, but okay. Now then. Right. Okay. That's okay, a Bright Love. I hope everything's okay. A Bright Love, send me a personal message if you need to, okay? Seriously. All right, guys. Let's continue. So, let's go on here. Speaking of... Okay, here it is. Let's watch this. Actually, you know what? I forgot that I saved this. Let's watch this real fast. This is the... Oh, wait, that's not... We already watched that. Okay. Real fast. This is just a short little story. Matt Sly Guy. Oh, my goodness. Okay. We'll talk later, Matt Sly Guy. Let's put it that way. Okay. So... This says The Hill. Judge very troubled by treatment of accused of White House Correspondents Association dinner gunman. Okay. So this is just going back to abusing detainees, guys. And honestly, like, I just feel like, okay, right. Yeah, Trump failed. Why aren't you involved? So this is coming out now after that. After that gunman went after Trump, he has been deeply mistreated in jail. Okay, like deeply mistreated, and a judge is very pissed off about it. Okay, so let's see what this judge is saying, and this is just a note on how injustice in a legal system. Okay, which happens all the time, but again, there's also kind of a positive. And I said this before, guys. I know the American legal system is not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. But my point is that under the Trump administration, there is still some level of independence amongst judges. It's not perfect, but yeah. But at least this judge is calling it out. And okay, thank you, LaQual. You said as a heads up, and I'm sure whatever they're talking about commonly happens. That is true, LaQual. It does commonly happen, okay? But it is nice to hear that a judge is coming out to criticize this, even though he is a high-profile defendant that's really hated by a lot of people. But it's mainly a negative story about the American justice system, okay? All right. Oops.
Self-inflicted wound. This is something that Donald Trump and his administration single-handedly caused. This is not the result of any traditional market.
Oh, wait, sorry, that's not it. So here we go. So a federal magistrate judge on Monday said he was very troubled by the treatment of the suspect in last month's White House Correspondents Association, who is being detained while his case proceeds through the court. Magistrate Judge Zia Faruqi raised concerns about the suspect, Cole Allen, being placed on suicide watch, repeatedly strip searched, and kept in constant isolation from other inmates in the general population. I mean, that's torture, folks. If you're constantly strip searching and keeping an isolation inmate, which, by the way, we do all the time in our jails, here in our prisons, because in the United States, we are a prison state. Like we have more prisoners than any other country on the planet. We have 20% of all the prisoners in the world here, and we treat our prisoners like shit. Okay? So, yeah. He has been repeatedly strip searched, placed on suicide watch, and kept in constant isolation from the other inmates in the general population. I am very troubled by what they indicate the conditions that you have been subjected to, Faruqi told Allen during a hearing, according to the NBC. I'm sorry, it sounds like things have not been the way they're supposed to be. Yeah, okay. Of course. Yeah, it is torture, LeQuabois, and we use way too much isolation. Yeah, guys, jail is torture. Prison is torture. The whole thing is torture. Yeah, that's what it is. It's torture. Regardless of whether you're in the general population, regardless whether you're in isolation. Isolation makes it worse, mind you. Okay. So, I know, shocking, right, Xander? No, okay, come on, Xander. Not only do we torture people abroad, foreign nationals, we also torture our own people all the time. Why not? God bless this country. It's great. Love it. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So again, that's just a note here. So he's been being tortured essentially in jail. And this judge, it's not much. The judge is like, hey, I am sorry that you've been treated this way. Honestly, guys, now I know this sounds dark, but I think he should be released or at least given time served for it. Just my theory here. I think he ought to be spared a bit because he's had his rights stripped from him. Not because I'm biased or anything, but still, maybe they should declare a mistrial or something. I don't think you can do that. I mean, LaQual might correct me on that. I don't think you can do a mistrial because of someone being overly tortured in jail. But still, that'd be nice. Regardless, this is very okay. Janine Pirro, by the way, who's the government attorney who's trying to prosecute this guy, wrote on X, can't believe that X is still where, okay, our government officials are messaging. Okay, she said that the judge believes a defendant armed to the teeth and attempting to assassinate the president is entitled to preferential treatment in his confinement compared with every other defendant. No, he's getting worse treatment than a lot of people, okay? So, yeah, all right. Trust me, other people get treated that way, but not everyone gets treated that way. All right. She is a lunatic, and she probably was drunk when she posted that. Janine Pirro is almost certainly, allegedly, I don't know this for sure, okay, is almost always drinking something, and you can always tell, like, by her alcohol-fueled screeds on Fox News. Allegedly, by the way. Allegedly. So she probably was very drunk on a boxed wine or something when she wrote this. But anyway, so there you go. That's just a little side note. Yeah, that's for sure, Xander. Oh my God, you're so right, Xander. Do we remember, guys, Dylan Roof, the guy, formerly Judge Janine? Yes, okay. Do we remember Dylan Roof, the guy that went into a black church and murdered people? Okay, it started murdering everyone. And then the police, after they arrested him, took him through a Burger King drive-through and let him get Burger King before taking him to jail. I mean, come on. Would they do that to a black defendant? No! Okay, or a Muslim? No! All right? No, not at all. Okay, probably wouldn't even do it for a trans person, even if they were white. So anyway, side note. So that's it. Just a brief story there. Okay, let's go on. Let's go on. So, all right. Yay. Of course you can, Eleni. You can always troll me. I appreciate your trolling, Eleni. I always do. All right, you guys. So let's go on here, shall we? Now, it is currently, well, the cops saw a bit of themselves in what Roof, given what he did. I know, right? They're like, why we wanted to do that? Those police really wanted to be the ones in that church. Let's be honest with ourselves. You're right. They were jealous. Jonas said, but white people are the most human humans. Apparently, Jonas. I mean, you can definitely tell I'm human because you can basically see my organs through my skin. I'm so translucent. So maybe that's why. I don't know. Okay, I'm joking. Of course. No, obviously, everyone's human. Who the fuck cares about skin color, hair? Like, by the way, people get nitpicky. When I say like differences in skin color, I understand that there are other traits that go along with that. I don't mean like mental traits or like personal. I know like there's differences in like hair thickness. There are different like medical variations. Like a lot of African folks who are black, okay, not every black person from every population have higher rates of sickle cell anemia because of the prevalence of malaria in Africa and places in Africa. Okay, so I've been, you guys will think this is funny, but I've been like critiqued before by anti-racists who are like, but it's not just about skin color. Stop lying and saying it's just about skin color. And I'm like, okay, I know there's other things in regards to that, but my point is those things are so small, they're so tiny that it doesn't matter. Okay. All those things combined does not matter, obviously. Anyway, that's just a side note there. Okay. You see what I mean? Okay, oh, shut up, Paul Skull. I hate you. Okay. Anyway, but yes, it doesn't matter. We're all human. Okay. No one is better or worse than anyone else. No one is better or worse than anyone else. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's go on, shall we? So, first of all, guys, the fool knows all. I don't know all. What do you mean? Okay. All right. So here we go. I'm going to first, guys, you know what I'm going to do first? I'm going to use the restroom because I've drunk a lot of tea. I drank a lot of tea. So I'm going to go use the restroom and then I'll be right back. And please don't leave because I'll be very sad. And then I'll accuse you all of being misogynist. Okay. Anyone who leaves are misogynist and racist and transphobic and you love Nazis. Okay. If you leave right now, you're a Nazi lover. Okay. I'll be right back. Please wait. I won't be long.
In the dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you. Where the spaces can't erase this, you're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lost the feeling. You're disconnected in your touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now.
right, we're back. Did I scare anyone? That was my goal. I was hoping to make everyone jump. Make sure you're all awake, because I know Dolly Boy's probably asleep in the back, okay? Wake up, Dolly Boy! Wake up, Gwen! Okay, wake up. I know you're all sleeping back there, okay? You too, Cody, wake up! All right, everyone awake? Yay! Okay, guys, so let's chat, shall we? First of all, let's hand out some boops. Where the fuck is my stick? Where's my stick of justice? Okay. Oh my God, you're right, Ice. I shouldn't have paused the. By the way, hello, Ice. I should have paused the music before I tried to scare you. I know. Whatever, Jonas. I tried my best. Okay, Jesus. I should have. Whatever. Yay, let me sleep forever. No, Dolly Boy, that sounds so sad. We don't want you to sleep forever. Oh no. Okay. Anyway. All right, guys, you get some boops. Ice gets a boop. Boop. Jonas gets a boop. Boop. Dolly Boy gets a boop. Boop. Cody gets a boop. Boop. Gwen gets a boop. Boop. Xander gets a boop. Boop. Xander's abandoning us. Oh no. What'd we do, Xander? Why do you hate us so much? Okay, he's gone. He probably can't hear me. Whatever. Bye, Xander. SoCal gets a boop. Boop. You don't deserve it, SoCal, but I'll give one to you. You're kind of a bitch, SoCal. Do you know that? Okay, you're kind of a bitch. I was gonna say that, okay? You're kind of like always sitting back there making bitchy comments, okay? I'm saying that as one gay man to another. Okay, I think you know what I mean by that. All right. I know I'm a bitch too, but I'm just saying you're kind of a bitch back there, okay? It's okay. Anyway. All right. Okay, so what else we got here? This is LaQuaw gets a boop. Boop. Did I boop Jonas? I think I booped Jonas. Sir Bart gets a boop. Boop. Mayflower Kid gets a boop. Boop. All right. Druzilla gets a boop. Boop. Druzilla gets a boop. Boop. I already gave you a boop, Druzilla. Whatever. Okay. All right. Let's see here. As the gesture is traveling entertaining, I said, yes, thank you, Mayflower Kid. You're the best. Secret gay messages. Yes, Druzilla, it's a secret gay message. I know SoCal knows what I mean. Okay. I would love that. I would love that, Jonas. Let's conquer a country and make it a socialist utopia. I totally support that, Jonas. Can we like find a country that's like tropical and amazing? Like, can we like conquer the Bahamas or something and make it a socialist utopia? That'd be nice. Paul Squaw gets a boop. Boop. Even though you're always naughty. You're always very naughty, Paul Squaw, but okay. Dolly Boy, absolutely. Boop. You get an extra boop, Dolly Boy. You know what? You get 3, Dolly Boy. Boop. There you go. All right. I hope you know we all love you, Dolly Boy. You're like, well, everyone loves Dolly Boy. What can I say? I'm not going to be able to suppress the goddamn cult. No matter what I do. Okay. Raccoon Boy, thank you. I'm going to boop myself. Thank you, Raccoon Boy. You get a boop, Raccoon Boy. Boop. Boop. All right. Oh, you too, Dubois. Boop. All right, we all done with this. James Nordoff gets a boop. Boop. Paleontology Dog gets a boop. Boop. Barbara gets a boop. Boop. Okay, we're done. We're done with the boops. Okay, we're done with the boops. All right, shall we? Let's continue. So I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit about something, and I have been trying to learn about these groups. We have someone in the community. Hello, Finn. You get a boop. Boop. We have someone in the community who. I am not done, Inverted Panda. Don't worry. We're still going. Don't worry. Hello, Inverted Panda. You get a boop. Boop. All right. We have someone in the community who, well, I don't want to go too much into that. Let's just put it this way. Someone in the community gave me this information, okay, and is very well acquainted with these groups I'm going to be talking about. And so I wanted to share some of what they've learned with all of you. Okay, this person knows a lot about these groups. I'm going to call this person Lucas. Okay, this person is Lucas. So Lucas sent me this stuff, and it is very interesting. And you guys know I studied a lot of fascism and shit like that. And these groups are kind of under the radar. And they've been growing in influence, and they worry me. And there's a reason they worry me. It's because of the military training they're doing. And I know that sounds scary. Allow me to explain. Okay, there is a section of the internet that is full in the United States and across the world, by the way. They have connections all across the world called the LORPists. Okay, called LORPists or LORPism. Okay. And yes, it sounds like LARP. Okay. But what it is these are far-right militia movements that post extensively on social media, and claim that they're LARPing to an extent, okay, that they're kind of pretending. But what they're really doing is they're showing how to train for military combat. And they are showing how to do real military operations, and they're training for them constantly. And these videos that they are often posting are basically can be used as vehicles to teach other people how to do far right groups to actually fight and with modern military equipment and modern military tactics. And they kind of play it off as joking, but they're not joking. And they're very cheesy, I will tell you. A lot about okay, exactly. So go, bitch boop that bitch, hilarious. Okay, a lot of their videos you're gonna see are cheesy, but I don't want you to think, oh, they're hilarious. They really are. They're just LARPing, being badass as well. They're actually doing pretty good military training, and yeah, it's cheesy, but it's worrisome to me. Okay, and I did a search because there are a lot of, for example, the Southern Poverty Law Center traces far right wing groups. I could not find practically anyone online, any major organization tracking what they're doing. Practically none. Which is why the person that sent me this, Lucas, I deeply appreciate him for tracking these folks and keeping an eye on them. Yeah, but I don't want to out this person, obviously. So I'm trying to avoid mentioning in any of the stream title or anything the name that the LARPism or LARPus, because it's so little of it's being mentioned online, it could easily be found by anyone. Okay, so anyway, so let's start with a few of these people, and I am still trying to investigate a lot of this stuff because there's not a lot of information out about them. So I have the name of a few online creators slash social media people who advertise for them and stuff, but I've only been able to really figure out the name of one of the groups, the Ozark Christian Initiative. The other ones I'm kind of unclear about what they call themselves overall, or if they're part of the Ozark Christian Initiative, because they're very shadowy. Okay, so let's look at this. So the first one I want to talk to you guys about is Ozark Walker, who he has a website. Okay, let me find it for you. Ozark Walker. And Ozark Walker, you can see the images above here. You see that there is a bunch of guys dressed up in military uniforms. They have pretty good equipment, and I acknowledge that a lot of the equipment, there was someone telling me, I think it was Sir Bart maybe, I can't remember who, that a lot of this military equipment can be easily gotten in the United States, and including night vision equipment, which you can purchase cheap from China, and they have all this shit. They have all the equipment they need, all right? And they're pretty good at small unit tactics from what I've seen. And here, so this is his site. Now, I would recommend not going to these sites because I just don't want to give them any. I know I'm showing you this you guys, but I wouldn't go to their site so you don't give them any clicks. Let's put it that way. But for example, here they have a video. Here, so Sir Bart, it appears to be a race war type thing, or kind of the formation of a Christian ethno state. Okay, and I'll explain here. So, for example, here's a video where they show about how to pull wounded people off a battlefield. And it looks all LARPy and shit, but it's real training, okay? And you can tell that some of them are veterans. So let me show you, for example. Okay, I'm not going to show you much on it. I'm actually going to mute it so that the music doesn't get me copyrighted, but here's an example of one of the videos that they've been posting, okay? Okay, you see it's cheesy. It's a bunch of different, okay, I'm going to pause it there. So look here, you notice that part. So in the beginning of the video, you see a bunch of images of men training out in the field. They do weeks-long training exercises out in the wilderness, okay, of insurgency tactics, military methods. And partway through the video, you see some very, very clear Christian nationalist slash Nazi-esque imagery. Okay, that right there. So let me go back here. That right there is the there's the fasces itself. That is the symbol of the Spanish Fascist Party. a lot of these groups are heavily mixed up in extremist Catholicism, Catholics. Okay, and right here, this image, the fascist party of Spain was heavily mixed up with the Catholic Church. So then they have more images here in trenches where shadows creep. Okay, one to be a monarch. All these coded language here. Okay, and so their videos are cheesy. 1 second. Yeah, phalangism. But they are actually doing pretty good training, and they mix it with this religious ideology. You can see it here, and it's creepy, and it's almost like dark web-esque in terms of the imagery and stuff, so I don't wanna show you too much of it because it disturbs me. But okay, you see what I mean? It shows them training, and a lot of young men are apparently getting into this shit because it looks badass, okay? They have videos of themselves praying before going out to do training and things like that. Okay, so that's one example of a video. Now, I'm gonna go back to here. So that is Ozark Walker, who's one of these guys. And I did some research just by looking at his online presence. He's a member of a group called the Ozark Christian Initiative. And from what I can tell, he's sort of the organizer and leader of the whole thing. Okay, and the Ozark Christian Initiative spans across several states. He actually had an image here showing that it's broken into 3 groups specifically in Oklahoma, Missouri, okay, Arkansas. Yeah, what's this? Why can't I remember what this state is? Oklahoma. Why someone help me? Why am I having a mind blank? Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas. And there are different sects of this group across all of these states. So these are the Christian Initiative regional chapters, and they're Christian and lunatics. Okay, let's put it that way. So not that Christians are lunatics, but that they are particularly crazy in this way. They recently posted here an image, and he says the following. This was posted on his Instagram. Okay. It says, "My ambition to be a notable man of history is immense. Literal hundreds of men are applying for the Ozark Christian Initiative. Dozens of groups willing to lead themselves to add multiple state chapters. My want to spread across America," they could have better grammar, by the way, "is immense, and I'm blown away by the support of the Christians in our lands. Full groups, multiple states, hundreds of men, some groups in Europe. In another life, I would have been a great warlord or emperor. Ave Christus Rex," okay? That basically means praise Christ as king, okay? And then over here, you can see the weird kind of LARPing they do. This is a broadsword, like a medieval broadsword. A lot of these guys are super into the idea of the Crusades. And if you read some of their literature, if you want to call it that, they're very anti-race mixing, as they call it, anti-Muslim, anti-immigrant. They literally openly say they want to return to a better American past. They're obvious fascists, okay? This one says, "Maybe someday Christian initiatives will be in all the states. But for now, I just appreciate all the support from all of you. God bless all of you." Okay. So so that is one branch of this, the Ozark Christian Initiative. Okay. And they're doing military training. And I've watched lots of their videos to my chagrin. They're very boring. They're kind of creepy though. And they do pretty good military training. And that's worrying to me. Okay. They're doing very good military training, and they're spreading across several states. Let's go to another one now. Okay, this is Satoxel. He also posts stuff very similar. And Satoxel here, by the way, do you guys notice, I'm sorry, this last video I just showed you, you notice they said Ozark Ostfront. That's the name of the video. Do we remember we did a stream recently on a particular historical battle from World War II. Do you remember where you heard the word Ost when I did that stream too? Okay. Do you remember that? Does anyone remember what we were talking about when I talked about the Plan Ost? Okay, or I guess, yeah, Ostplan, when we were referring to when I did a presentation on stream. Do we remember what topic I was talking about? The General Plan Ost. Correct, Cody. That was the plan the Nazis had, the General Plan Ost, for conquering Eastern Europe. Exactly, Stalingrad. So they are openly saying like Ozark Ostfront. This is like the Eastern Front, and they're not in the eastern part of the country. They're in the center part of it. This is a reference to the Nazis saying that they're trying to create a new Eastern Front, the destruction of ethnic minorities and their colonization and replacement. Okay, yeah, it's pathetic. So you're absolutely right, Inverted Panda. Militia movements are very common in the U.S. and they've been around for a while, but almost all of them are tracked. These groups, I have not seen any major organization tracking them, and they're relatively new. That's why I'm talking about them, is because I just want people to be aware of them, in case anyone does know people in these institutions that can track them, because someone who is tracking them on their own contacted me, and I would like big organizations to do it too. Okay. Right. I hope so too, Inverted Panda. Okay. So that's fun. Right. So, okay. So anyway, let's go on real fast to the let's go to Jackal. No, I'm sorry, not Jackal. I just mentioned the other one I wanted to talk to you guys about, and that one is Cytoxal. Now, just to show you here, let me show you here. So he actually posted an image on his Instagram, this guy Cytoxal, that has an image of Pepe. And I wanted to show you this, guys, to show you how toxic masculinity and sort of this feeling of disenchantment with society, and this inability to cope with emotions leads a lot of these young guys into this. So he has this in his pocket. He keeps this laminated card of a Pepe image from 4chan. This is a 4chan. This is from the 4chan server, and it has a Pepe, and it says at the bottom, "Stop caring." Stop caring. That's literally all you have to do. Just imagine this Pepe every time you get sad, mad, anxious, jealous, etc. Okay? So, like, he's literally, like, super emotional and can't contain his emotions, and he needs a little Pepe cutout to remind himself to stop caring. And I know, guys, I'm trying to be serious. I mean, it's pathetic, and I want to laugh at him to his face. And he's a weak little fucker, okay, who is channeling. I'm sorry. I'm being unprofessional. Can we see how a lot of these guys just cannot cope with their emotions, all right? They're having trouble adapting to a society that to whatever larger society. So they hang out and play these games. And admittedly, it is dangerous, though, because these guys are being trained in real military tactics. Okay? So anyway, okay, I know the 4chan Pepe cult in 2026 def wasn't on my bingo list, right? So that's what he has on his site, and that image. And I think it's funny that he's actually showing this publicly, but he has some pretty good optics on his weapon. Okay, and this is what I'm saying. It's a bad combination that we have these lunatics out there that are okay, so let me show you real fast. This is Cytoxal. And of all the folks I've viewed, Cytoxal has okay, stop caring is exactly level 269. Guys, this is also an element of dehumanization. Telling yourself don't care, just think of Pepe. That's a great way to dehumanize people if you want to murder them. It's basically saying don't care about who you're hurting, don't care about the violence you're doing, don't be anxious about doing violence, just think of Pepe and do it. All right? So you're right, level 269 MB. So this particular video right here, guys, that he posted, again, all of these are pretty good military videos that they're showing. This one had got 198,000 views. My most viewed video, guys, got about 600,000 views. And I've never had a video that ever had that many views since then. And this guy has a few videos that are over 100,000. And they're not even very good videos. It's just kind of like videos of them doing like practicing military raids and trying to pull out injured people from military raids. So they're not great, but they're popular. That's terrible. How did you reach such a high level? I'm only level 42 NB. So, okay. And listen to this. So this is one of his videos, and he's using a phrase called silly maxing, making sense of things, silly maxing in a soulless world. And they use a lot of coded language. By silly maxing, he's referring to training for the doing military training, because they know that they can't really show themselves actually doing military training. That would raise red flags, which might be one of the reasons why they're not being tracked. But he's saying that, you know, silly maxing in a soulless world, referring to preparing for, you know, being silly, training for the military, okay?
Gas and get nothing. I think where this stems from is very venomous taking of the black pill. It's very easy to get ensnared in that, and I did for many years. When nothing matters, when it's all...
So, and guys, I want to be clear. I want to be clear here. What this guy is saying is he is referring to, what's the term? The black pill. The black pill being losing hope and therefore not doing anything about this situation. He's saying, oh, I'm beyond losing hope. I'm taking action now. I am no longer doing, you know, I'm no longer going, yeah, the black pill. That's what it means, like losing hope in the situation. He's saying, I'm not doing the black pill anymore. I'm doing silly maxing. I am going, isn't that what it means, taking the black pill, like not having hope anymore, right? Am I wrong? I thought that taking the black pill was like where you're like, I just don't care anymore about anything. Did I get that wrong, guys? Please tell me. But I thought that's what he meant. Like it means you just don't care anymore. Okay, CR, so many stories. Yeah, that's what I thought. That is doomerism. That's what I mean. It's like not having hope or whatever. Okay. So, and he's saying, but we don't need that anymore. I have now found that I can do silly maxing, as in train for military combat and prepare to do radical acts of violence. Okay. So, all right. I just want you to hear some of what he says. We're not going to watch much.
Jokes and you're a loser, and you tell people to read Nietzsche, it's easy to neglect real life and developing yourself. True enlightenment is getting to the point where you reject that black pill so hard. You reject that black pill like someone has.
Okay, I'm going to stop there. I don't want them to find that I've been watching them, so I don't want this to trigger them to find me and do a copyright thing. Okay, no, but guys, listen, all right? So, correct, Paul Squat. Why do you think I'm showing this to you guys? Okay, because these folks are not that out in the open, and I'm worried because the person, Lucas, who introduced me to these folks, from as far as I know, I did a search online, and I cannot find any major organization talking about these groups, okay? Because they're still pretty undercover. But this is a Nazi T-word, okay, they are doing training for race war and other things in the middle of the woods, and they have really good military equipment, and they're training for combat. And guys, I keep hearing people say, oh, well, they just look like they're LARPing. Oh, this isn't serious. Oh. It is serious. I would not be showing this to you if I was not concerned about the possible violence that these people would do. I have watched a lot of their videos. Okay. The last couple days, I've been going through tons of their videos, and they know what they're doing in terms of combat. They are not faking it. It is not just a fake. Okay. And that's what worries me. A lot of them are veterans. Okay. So I'm just saying, now I want to point out, I don't know how the numbers of these people, okay, that are out there. It is likely, no, you're right, Crawl. They are partially LARPing, but like it's propaganda. But if you look at their tactics, they are actually doing things that are really good small unit tactics. Okay. So, yes. Yeah. Okay. But guys, yeah. So anyway, my point is that I don't know how large they are. They have mentioned that they have hundreds of people. It might be less than that. It might be more than that. We also are, they're across several states. Also, they have an international reach. I'm going to show you another guy here real soon. who is another guy here real soon. That is, where is he? Where did I find him? This guy is one named, where did I put his name? Here we go. All right. Yeah, no outer signal. Exactly. If there was a left-wing group doing this, everyone would lose their minds. Here's another guy's, Jackal. Jackal. Okay. So Jackal is from Greece. Okay. So they're spreading out, like they have connections with right-wing groups around the world. And I want to be clear, guys. I know I'm saying that I'm worried about it. I suspect they don't have the power right now. They need to like launch some kind of rebellion or anything like that, but they could very easily do terrorism, or they could murder people or things like that. And they may have already. Okay. It's very possible they have already. Because they have all the signs from my expertise that I would indicate me that they've radicalized far enough to the right and they've done enough dehumanization to do violence against minority groups or violence against infrastructure. Okay, so so this guy his name is Jackal. Okay, and he apparently is Greek, from what I could get, what I'm getting out of him. And he I don't know if he might be in America. I don't know. But he does talk a lot about Greek stuff, and he does a lot of Greek Orthodox things. And look, so this is a video he did. Again, cheesy videos. Cheesy videos. He the name of this video is "The LARP Situation is Crazy." But yeah, he's in northern Greece. Gotcha. Okay. So this guy is in northern Greece, so he is actually Greek, and he's very connected in with this LARPist community. And so guys, for the Europeans that here, there are some of these groups in Europe now too. Okay? And so let me just show you though, okay? So this video says, and it's stupid, right? So there he is. Okay. So it's stupid, I know. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Now, what I want to go for and show you, though, is that what you end up seeing here is that he is actually, this is actually how you do combat. So he makes the video look funny. He makes the little video look funny, but look at the rolling and stuff, okay? He's showing you actually how to roll in combat, okay? How to roll and not move and not stand up too much. So he's making it look funny, but that is actually what you do if you're trying to roll away and stuff in combat, okay? And he puts this funny music to it, which makes a lot of you say, they're LARPing. It's not real. No, that is what you do in combat. They are telling you it's LARPing so that you don't think they're actually doing combat. All right? It is subversive training. So to be clear here, that's why I keep saying, that's why I'm not showing you this just because I'm stupid or something and I'm falling for LARPers. Okay, I know what they're doing. And it's concerning to me. And I suspect a lot of people, okay, I suspect a lot of people don't care, or at least a lot of like mainstream groups don't care because they don't view them as serious. But this is serious. All right. And by the way, I'm not yelling at you guys particularly. I'm just frustrated with the fact that they aren't being talked about as much. All right. Right. So, okay. So like you see, he's actually moving pretty effectively. Okay. Like quickly taking off his back. So that's my point here. Okay. The videos look silly, but they're actually military training videos. Does that make sense? Okay, Philly Cheese, having some sense of basic movement and understanding will always be more dangerous than being dumped into a situation with zero experience. Yes. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. No, I know, Sir Bart. You're right. Okay. It doesn't make you Rambo. Absolutely. But, like, don't panic, Mayflower Kid. We don't know how big these groups are, okay? But I'm just trying to shine light on it because I like tracking these groups. I used to be associated with the Southern Poverty Law Center, and I just haven't seen many people talking about these groups. And now that the Southern Poverty Law Center is being sued into oblivion by the Trump administration, I wanted to talk about it to someone, okay? And thank God for the person in our community who sent this information to me. Okay. Regardless, guys. So that's just it. That's all I wanted to tell you is that there are these groups forming, and I'm still unclear about what groups they belong to. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Sir Bart, which is why I think they're hiding it. There's been so many of these groups in America, but then so they're trying to hide that they're doing military training and things like that. Oh, thank you. Okay. So Arca-Locos. Gotcha. Excellent. And this, by the way, thank you, Normalcy Seeker. Normalcy Seeker, thank you for sending me all this stuff, okay? I'm pretty sure you're okay with me saying that it's Normalcy Seeker, but I obviously won't say your actual name, but okay. Yes, Jackal is with Arca-Locos. All right. So that's, see, again, look, if I look up Arca-Locos militia, there's nothing anywhere on the internet about it. Okay. Yeah. See, there's nothing. Okay. So that's my point. You're right. We should start a jester militia. That'd be kind of funny. All right. All right, guys. We got it. We got it. That's all I was going to tell you about. Yeah, oof, I know, Jonas. So that's it, guys. I just wanted to tell you about these groups here. We got Jackal. I mean, I would had trouble doing some of the research. I tried to do my own research on it. I think Normalcy Seeker probably knows a lot more than me about the various subgroups. I talked to Normalcy Seeker about the Ozark Christian Initiative. I had trouble figuring out what organizations these two were a part of. Okay, please, Sylvie, that'd be fantastic. Okay, thank you, Normalcy Seeker. I'll take a look. See if I can find a link to the group. Oh, gosh. Okay. Yeah, there it is. See, this is why I love you, Normalcy Seeker. Okay, so here is their website. That's in Greek. I don't know what it says. It probably says something like I hate black people or whatever, but okay. You see they are doing nighttime treks, etc., things like that. And they show like they even cover their faces, etc. And I know that looks scary, but all right. Pale skin news. And I don't know what he's saying. I don't speak Greek, but they're also in Greece. All right. And I should point out that Greece already has a pretty big fascist movement called the Golden Dawn. And this is like the militant wing. Yeah. Okay. We got it. So this is all I want to talk about, guys. So if there's a future quiz, I might ask you about, and remember, these groups they kind of identify themselves as LORPists. There you go. So Normalcy Seeker. Some LORPists are in militias, some train mainly by themselves, and some train with a few buddies. Okay. There you go. Okay, there you go. See, Normalcy Seeker knows more than I do. Some of these guys are alone in that they do this. Okay, that might be why I couldn't find a group for all of them. Some of them train with a few buddies. Some of them are in militias. Okay. And that could even be more dangerous because that means some of them might become lone attackers. Okay. I'm just saying that there's a whole movement on this and no one's talking about it. All right. Okay. Yes. Agreed. So they're LARPers, but you call them LORPists. I got you. That's what I'm calling them now too, are LORPists. Okay. Because guys, that's the whole point. They call themselves LARPers to distract from the fact that they're actually doing this shit. Okay. All right. So we got it. We guys learned a little bit about these groups. And a Normalcy Seeker, you've actually experienced some of these groups, haven't you? I don't know how to frame that in a way that makes you comfortable, Normalcy Seeker, but Lucas, Normalcy Seeker, do you, how have you, you've experienced some of these groups, right? Fetty Spaghetti, you can really tell they are big strong alpha males who are going to lead us to the revolution because they wear masks on camera, right? So brave, right, Fetty Spaghetti? You really know they know that they are on the right side of history. Uh-huh. I know, right? And normalcy seeker, would you agree? Okay. Would you agree that they are definitely radical and they might do some major shit? Okay. That's what military LARPing is, though. People who play airsoft do this shit. No, I know, Sir Bart, but trust me, I've looked in. I know the difference between the two things. And like the shit that they do, and with the ideology they have mixed into it, if you read about it, they're planning to do violence. Okay, so if they are doing, some of them are doing airsoft, but it's for training for actual violence, and they also show off their real weapons a lot of the time. But for the camera, they're appearing to be LARPers. All right. I practice chess daily with my boys. That's what military. Yes. Okay. Interesting, Sir Bart. Okay. So anyway, if we had a new COVID type thing, so anyway, so just something to keep an eye out on, just something to think about. All this weird mixing of like fascist far right nonsense. Or like you can see here, they're shooting real bullets and stuff, right? They're not actually. It's not airsoft. And these are fully automatic weapons, which I'm pretty sure are illegal in a lot of places. I don't think you can have fully automatic. I guess it depends on what state you're in. Okay. Now that is airsoft. That is airsoft, but that's because they're doing training in it. It's illegal in every state. There you go. Okay. Anyway, so just a note. I'm going to stop that. I don't want to give any more attention to these groups, okay? Yeah, you have normalcy seeker. Pretty bad, right? All right. Am I right to be concerned about these groups, normalcy seeker, or am I losing my mind? Okay, or am I like overthinking it? Just from everything I can see, they look dangerous. And they also, by the way, guys, there was one image I saw of one of them that was sent to me. By normalcy seeker that showed an image of Ruby Ridge. One of these guys had a pin celebrating Ruby Ridge. If anyone's ever knows what Ruby Ridge is, that was an incident where there was this family and the FBI overreacted and killed a bunch of people in the family, which was a rallying cry for the right wing to start doing terrorism. So like it's very linked up in a lot of this shit. Okay. I wonder if I Don't Speak German has come. Maybe I doubt it, LaCroix. It just seems like they're kind of not really not many people are known about them, if that makes sense. Okay. All right. Okay. Is that okay, normalcy seeker? I hope it's okay that I call you normalcy seeker since you started talking in chat. Is that okay? Yes, there you go, a normalcy seeker. Standing Deadwood. He was the one that had a lighter that said, "Remember Ruby Ridge." Exactly. Okay, that guy. So that guy, yeah. So like that's disturbing because guys, you know the Oklahoma City bombing? That guy was also inspired by Ruby Ridge, all right? So these guys all have all the signs of being, yeah, okay? All right. Anyway, so there you go, guys. That's just my little side story here. As Normalcy Seeker calls them. Okay, Normalcy Seeker sent me all this stuff. I'm sorry, I'm dying. I called him Lucas, but we can call him Normalcy Seeker. Yeah, Timothy McVeigh was inspired by these guys. So just, I mean, by Ruby Ridge. So just something to keep an eye out on. All right, just something to keep an eye out on. Okay. Yep, no, I agree, Inverted Panda, and we could disagree on this, Inverted Panda. I do think it's more likely that we'd see a lone act of terrorism or something. But of course, you see what I mean? Okay. Yeah, indirectly, Columbine was inspired by it too. So like there's all these links that worry me. And from the videos I've watched, they're radicalized and they're already doing a dehumanization of the other. So, okay, anyway. So there you go, guys. That's my little story there. Thank you very much, Normalcy Seeker, for sending me that stuff. Just something to keep an eye out on. I wish more people had an eye out on this. I know it might be that they're small. I have seen some videos of some of these guys, or at least I've seen one video of one of these guys saying that he was quitting the movement because it's not getting large enough fast enough, which is a good sign, but it's just something to keep an eye on. Yep, the Christchurch, New Zealand shooter, okay. I'm just worried, especially about minority groups and Muslims and stuff, because these guys are explicitly racist Christian nationalists who use tons of demon. Let me show you an image. I'm going to show you an image. And because I feel like I haven't got my point across. 1 second. Let me show you an image here. Because just to show you the kind of hidden lore of these guys, let me show you something. So one of these guys on their account, let me find the short I'm looking for here. Short. Here we go. Look at this. So this is a short. So this is a short that he posted. This is a short that he posted. Okay. And there's tons of imagery in it that are dangerous. Okay. That I can recognize. And I'm sure a lot of you could recognize too. So you first of all hear the word that he says here at the top, me when someone, I don't even want to say that word on the internet. You all know what that word means. I don't want to say it. Okay. Okay. So that's Nazi anti-Semitic conspiracy. Okay. And going on here, it says me when someone blank explains. Okay, and then on this page, you have a bunch of images of like Palantir and Israel and America, and you also there's also some coded language here with anime girls, which is a Nazi thing too. You have Nietzsche down here, which a lot of Nazis like, even though they don't understand Nietzsche. Yeah, I know it's stupid. Okay, and I know it's stupid, but like it's coded language, okay? All right. We got it? We got it. So Mayflower Kid, no, anime is not Nazi. There are some far right wingers. There are some far right wingers who use anime. Let me show you something. I don't know if I can show you here. So like, I don't know if I should show this. Yeah, who post things like this, okay, where they use very cute anime girls and put them in like, obviously I don't think she's cute. I'm saying that's what they think they're cute, right? I'm not into women. Okay. There's also a weird sense of pedophilia here in a weird way where they like draw them with like Nazi uniforms on. And there's a lot of that on the far right. Okay. It's actually a big part of the fascist aesthetic globally right now is like anime girls that have, stuff like this. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Or something like this. Okay. Trying to make them seem innocent and cute. Okay. So you see what I mean? All right. Anyway, so that's it. We're done with that. You guys got it? Yeah, no, there is a weird mix of like pedophilia and like wanting to underage people. Okay. The desire to dominate girls too. Yeah. Yes. And that's my point, guys. I don't know. Like I said, they're not like powerful. They're not going to like launch a revolution, but they could do acts of terrorism. They could literally do that. And just something to keep an eye out for. All right. Okay. Anyway. So let's go on. Thank you all for bearing with me through that. Thank you, Normalcy Seeker, for sending that information. I know, Matt Saigai, right? I get it. Ice, you say, can you explain more about how it's conspiracy, though? Because I've seen a lot of stuff on the internet about the whole... No, Ice, it is definitely... So that word, I don't even want to say that word, Ice. That word is, that comes from the Nazis. That literally comes from the Nazi movement. Amongst some Jewish folks, that word refers to non-Jewish people, and it's used as a derogatory word. So when it's used by the far right, it is sort of inverting that, and using the derogatory word as a to go after Jewish people, to claim that Jewish people need to be fought back against and things like that. It is used by far right groups, okay? And hey, I don't blame people for not liking Israel, but we all know that when they talk about Israel, they're not talking about Israel. They're talking about Jews, okay? I can promise you that. A normalcy seeker, yeah, dude. I was on a call with a Christo-fascist LARPist who is a genuine Nazi, and unironically, he told me that women are like children. There you go. Normalcy seeker, you're based, okay? Women are like children. So that's how they're presented. Yeah, exactly, Sir Bart. Exactly, Sir Bart. Yeah, we hate Israel because they're evil. They hate Israel because they're evil. Okay, or or because they are, I should say, because they hate Jews. Yeah. Exactly, LaCroix. You're anti-Semitic, not anti-Zionist. Exactly. That's why I don't even want to say the word. Regardless, yeah. So this kind of demonization of women and view them as infantilizing them, etc. Okay. All right. So we all got that. We all got that. By the way, guys, one of the other things before I go on here, actually, I'm going to put my face up. Don't worry, we're going to watch a video here. Okay. Ugh. So ICE, let me put it this way, ICE. I don't have the source on me right now, but I can promise you that that's the case. That use of that word has origins in the alt-right 4chan space amongst far-right Nazis. Okay. So you don't have to believe me. You can go look it up if you want to, ICE, but that's absolutely where it comes from. And that word definitely comes from there. Okay. 100% does. So, okay. There is one book there's a book I could even probably direct you to. That's not what I'm saying, Mayflower Kid, okay? I've read so much on the far right that I can't often remember the name of the sources I've read, but you don't have to trust me. I would look it up. I would have, you can look it up if you want to. I can give you an example of one book. What is it called? What is it? Blood and Politics? There it is. Yep. Here's a book you could go look up if you want more interest in this. It's called Blood and Politics: The History of the White Nationalist Movement from the Margins to the Mainstream. It's a very big book. It's a big history book. It's like this big. I actually like the title, or at least the title page. If you see here, it's an American flag pin with blood on it. All right. The history of the white nationalist movement from the margins to the mainstream. I would bet that they probably talk about it in there if you're curious, but it definitely has its origins. Okay. All right. So there's one book. I can give you more. All right. So, all right, guys. So, Jonas, if our media showed women empowered, perhaps we'd accept the empowering of women. That's for sure, Jonas. Okay. What I was gonna say, guys, really fast, is that I want you guys to understand. So when we talk about anti-Semitism amongst Nazis, I've explained to you guys that Hitler's ideology was basically the notion that anything that he thought weakened the German race was Jewish, okay? Like anything that he viewed as weakening the German race, whatever that means, is Jewish. So when Nazis talk about not liking Jews, it doesn't just mean Jewish people. That's almost what's worse about Nazi anti-Semitism, is that to them, Judaism includes things like women's rights, gay people, let's see what else. Peace, literally peace. War is, peace is a Jewish thing. You need constant war, okay? The state, democracy, all these things, law, all these things go along with a Nazi conception of Judaism. Disabled people, all right? So they really hate Jewish people, but it is more than just a hatred of Jewish people. They extend that out to whole swaths of society and things like that. So it is much more dangerous than just Nazism. Their anti-Semitism is unique in that it is extremely, it is much more than, it's also, by the way, hatred of Muslims. Okay. Their anti-Semitism is also anti-Islam. It's very strange, but it's very much more dangerous than just anti-Semitism, if that makes sense. Okay, I mean anti-Semitism is bad, but you see what I mean. All right. They also, by the way, view just any other race as a Jewish plot. Okay, literally. So, like, if you have dark skin at all, if you're from, I don't know, India, okay, then that's Jewish. You can't have that either. Okay, so like, anyway, that's the danger of all this. So even if you think it's just directed towards Jewish people, no, it's probably directed towards you too. Leftism, communism, socialism, liberalism, all of those things are Jewish, according to Nazis. Do you see what I mean? So anyway, and they hate all of it. All right, we're done. We're good. All right, let's go on. Let us go on. Yeah, absolutely. It was, Jonas. It absolutely was. Anti-Semitism for the Nazis is xenophobia generally. Okay, that's exactly it. It's almost like the word Jewish is just kind of a stand-in for a vast number of things that Nazis don't like, and it's more than just Jews that they don't like. Okay. Yeah. No, you're right, Raccoon Boyo, yes, you're right. Okay. But a lot of that, by the way, stems from Nazi conspiracy theories. I'm not joking, because they spread all over the place. Yeah. Lacroix, the concept of Semitic people was created by Nazi racial scientists to link European Jews back to the Middle East. Correct, Lacroix. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. What are you referring to, Ice? I'm sorry. What are you referring to? No, Ice, I disagree. So, Ice, you say if I went to battle Nazism, is that what you're saying? You're saying if I went to battle Nazism, I'll need factual stuff from that era? Unfortunately, this won't work because Guy was born in 1949. So someone who's radicalized won't believe it. The narrative isn't solid yet. I'm sorry, Nice. Would you explain what you mean? I'm not sure what you mean. So you're saying like if there's a Nazi, what guy was born in 1949? Forgive me. I'm just curious. All right. So hello, Weirdomorphous Blob. Hello, Weirdomorphous Blob. So let's go on here. There we go, guys. That was fun, right? Did we have fun? Let's watch some videos. I'm gonna sit down because I'm tired. All right, I'm tired. Okay. All right. Here we go. No, Ice. The book I'm showing you, I did not say that the word, that word goes back to the original Nazis. It goes back to neo-Nazis, okay? It is a neo-Nazi term. It's not like the original Nazis. It's like Nazi, it comes from Nazis on the internet, okay? So I'm not saying, and by the way, that doesn't mean that it's not true. You were asking me, Ice, if I have evidence that that word is linked to Nazis. I gave you the name of a book that talks about the linking of these things to Nazis. That doesn't convince you? I'm just saying, so just because the academic who wrote it isn't linked to the original Nazis or wasn't alive during them, he must be wrong. You see what I mean? I got you, Ice. Okay, I got you. All right. All right. Okay. You guys still here? You all still here? You all back? You all still here? Okay, y'all back? Good. I don't know what happened. It just briefly cut out. Thank you, Philly Cheese, for the contribution. Everyone still hearing me? Good. Let's continue, shall we? Let's continue. So, all right. Okay. Yeah, I know. The Ohio Wi-Fi is awful, but I'm here. I'm back. Maybe that was as soon as I started screaming about Nazis, suddenly I get shut down briefly. Okay, guys, let's go on. Let's watch some videos, shall we? I have some cookies, by the way. YouTube. YouTube is so fun. I love it so much. I did not SoCal. Well, I mean, I probably did SoCal, but I don't know which one you're referring to. They've put up multiple billboards. They're all pretty cool. Okay, normalcy seeker. Oh, I want to say Ozark Walker has also said on his Instagram story just a little while back, posted on his Instagram story just a little while back saying, I don't care how far right you are, you're not white. Oh, great. Yeah, there you go. Okay, that's disgusting. All right. I know I do need some code words, Paul Squall, so that I keep. By the way, guys, so fun story before we watch a video. Fun story. I was proud of myself. You know why? I've been shocked that so many of my videos, that none of my videos have been demonetized. And, you know, because I sometimes will say things, I'll use a lot of words that advertisers might not like. But I finally yesterday got one of my videos demonetized. And it was a video from a while back, one of my live streams, where I talked about a lot about terrorism and I accused the United States of terrorism and stuff. And they demonetized that shit. And I'm like, finally, yay, I'm being recognized by YouTube. Okay. Luckily, here's the thing, guys. I am very glad, though, that we, by the way, a second one also got demonetized because of me screaming about Israel. And I'm guessing that's what it is, because I went back and watched it, and there was a portion where I was screaming about how Israel is a terrorist state, and they're Nazis, and they do. And that got demonetized. The good thing, guys, is that because of how I try to fund myself through your donations, you know what that means I lost out on? 75 cents. So who cares? Fuck it. You see what I mean? That was my hope, is that at least if I rely mainly on donations, who cares about the fucking, okay, so at least it doesn't affect me. I can still say whatever the fuck I want. Okay. Right? So, all right. So anyway, moving on. CR, do you have a Patreon? I do, Sir Bart. Unfortunately, I've been really bad about posting on there. So I haven't been advertising it, and I feel bad. I have a few subscribers on there, but very few. I don't think I have any left on there because I haven't been advertising it, because it's just one more thing to focus on, but I could do that. Yeah, right. So, right, Jonas? Yeah, there goes my gumball fund. But anyway, moving on. So I don't care, but this is good. We set up. Okay. Oh, no, I got you, Ice. Forgive me, Ice. I got defensive, Ice. I do apologize, okay? Forgive me, all right? Okay, let's go on. You know I love you, Ice. I love you so much, Ice. Okay. Not the organization, but you, Ice. All right. Okay. Okay, let's go on, guys. So let's see what we have to watch here. Moving on. What's clipped? I hate you all. How dare you, Dolly Boy? How dare you? I hate all of you. Okay, I hate all of you. I know, right? Yay, I'm officially an internet journalist. Yay. I feel special. What the hell? Special, Raccoon Boyo.
Why is Blackstone targeting New Mexico's
I'm offended
electricity?
every time you say, "It's good, Gwen. I want to upset you." How dare you, elevator lady? You're all liars. You're all saying I'm a backer of the blue. Liars. Okay. So, what should we watch here? You know what? Let me go to Discord real fast here. I have something else we could watch. Okay, let's see here. Go. That's a good question, Ice. Let me ask you. Let me see here, Ice. Ice, you said, serious question. What do you do when you see different friend groups getting radicalized? And do you want to want everyone to get along, or is the isolation I'm currently doing the best? Ice, this is a very complex question. And it's a good question. 1 second here. Okay, let me put up my face. I know you all love Blackstone, and you really want me to Blackstone, excuse me. So let me explain. Okay, so it depends. Okay, if your friends have entered like the far right sphere and are no longer um are demonizing you or the groups you belong to, you should say bye-bye. Yeah. Bye-bye. You should not subject yourself to that. They're long gone. Now, if you see them heading down that path, you can try and intervene. All right, you can try and intervene. And what I would recommend doing is, first of all, ask them why they feel the way they feel. Because a lot of times, depending on the age of the person, I have found that people, because they get trapped in these loops on the internet, they will sometimes start believing or saying things that they don't really know why they feel or believe just because they've been told it or heard it on the internet, and they get kind of stuck in this loop. So if you were to actually question them and be like, okay, be like, well, why do you care? Like, ask the question, why do you care so much about this? And oftentimes it'll make them start realizing, wait a minute, why am I always talking about this shit? It's kind of weird. Like, I don't really care about this stuff that much. So you could do that. Okay, just ask them, like, kind of, I don't want to say in a condescending manner, but like in a way that kind of makes them notice how much they're talking about this unpleasant stuff that they may not actually agree with. I got you, Ice. And that's why, Ice, I'm not asking of you to do conflict. I'm just asking you to think about, why do you care so much about this stuff? And you don't even have to argue, because a lot of times it's about planting a seed. Okay, if you plant a seed in their head that makes them start thinking about it, they might start realizing that they don't actually think or feel that way. That might not work though. Okay, if they're deep enough down the rabbit hole, there's not much you can do about it. And sometimes you have to set boundaries. Okay. There is another option here, but I'm only saying it because I'm biased. So I don't know what your ideology is, Ice, but you could offer them an alternative ideology that misplaces how that places how they're feeling on the actual culprits, which would be the elites, the powerful, poverty caused by capitalism and things like that, which could then shift their ideology and make them focused on the real cause of their uncertainty, of their suffering, and things like that. That is a bit more complicated. Yeah. But I would, if you want my answer, I would, just ask them, why do you care so much about this? And that'll get them thinking. Okay. But sometimes you might have to lay down, you might have to set a boundary. All right. Raccoon Boyo. So I've had that happen. I found the most telling thing is to question and also express how hurtful yeah, Raccoon Boyo. Yeah. Okay. And sometimes Raccoon Boyo, Raccoon Boyo, I think that's great. That works sometimes, but not knowing the people that ICE is referring to, it can sometimes not be helpful to express how hurtful it is. Okay. It depends on the people. If ICE thinks that's good, then yes. But the good starting question is just, why do you feel this way? Okay. Why do you talk so much about this stuff? Why is it so important to you? And it might start knocking them out of there. I have found that works. I've used it on my students before, and I've had parents thank me for asking that simple question. Okay. Like, I've had parents send me emails being, what did you do? And all I did was ask the kid the question, why do you care so much about this? And even if they didn't really have a good response in the beginning, over time they thought about it and they're like, oh, I really don't care about trans people. I don't care about all this bathroom stuff. Like, it doesn't really affect me. Why am I so obsessed about it? You know what I mean? Or whatever it may be. Okay. Anyway, so let's go on. Okay. I agree, Raccoon Boyo. I agree. Okay. So hello, parkours. How are you doing, parkours? All right. How are you doing, parkour? So let's go on here. Yes, that is a really good point too. By the way, Outer Signal has experience working to de-radicalize folks. So Outer Signal might have some good insight too. Okay. Yeah. Okay, no, Mayflower Kid, that's not my point. I am not saying, Mayflower Kid, that you shouldn't care about people that don't directly affect you. This is just one strategy to get people. Let's put it this way. If you hate trans people, let's say that whatever ICE is talking about has to do with people hating trans people or whatever. Okay. If they hate trans people, you're not really going to be able to change their minds on that. Okay. You can try to find areas of agreement, But if they don't actually hate trans people and they're just parroting talking points, yeah, you can point out that why do you support all this anti-trans stuff? You don't give a shit. It's not like you don't like trans people. You may not think about trans people. You see what I mean? This is complicated, but if it's a way to de-radicalize people that aren't fully radicalized yet. Oh, gross. Okay, there's the Pine Tree Rangers. There is Imperium Road King. Disgusting, Normalcy Seeker. Okay. No, Ice, you're fine. We love having you here, Ice, okay? And you don't need to actually say much. It's mainly to let them talk, okay? All right. All right, going on here. So let's go on here. Jesus, Normalcy. So they are much bigger than we thought. So, guys, Normalcy Seeker is reminding me about the names of a bunch of other of these Lorpist groups. Disgusting. Okay, disgusting. All right, guys. Okay. Yeah, and Outer Signal honestly might have more insight on this than I do. I've done it in the context of schools, etc. But Outer Signal has a lot more experience in this, all right? All right, let's go on. By the way, guys, join our Discord if you haven't already. Please join our Discord if you haven't already. It's linked to the top of the chat on both the YouTube page and the YouTube page and the, what is it called? The Twitch page, okay? Join our Discord. We have a fast-growing community on there. Mayflower Kid has been great. Mayflower Kid has been posting a daily newsletter. I don't know if it'll always be every day, because I don't blame Mayflower Kid. I wouldn't want to do it every single day, but it's been really funny, and I appreciate it. Let's see what else we got here. Okay. Okay, let's watch this. This was sent to us by Outer Signal. This is apparently, I know, Jonas. It's like, who cares, right? Who cares? Yeah, Jonas is like, it's absurd how much right-wingers obsess over trans people. I know, right? It's stupid. Oh my God, Parkours, you have a 3-stream streak. Amazing. Okay. Yeah, Elevator Lady, it is. Okay. So this is sent to us by Outer Signal. This is titled, so this, I guess, is a, so I'm sorry, I'm stumbling all over my words. Outer Signal says this is a Nigerian journalist who's taking the Israeli, oh my God, I'm so excited, taking the Israeli ambassador to task. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I'm excited for this. I don't think I've ever seen Nigerian media taking on, I don't think I've seen much Nigerian media at all, to be honest. So let's see what this is.
To accept that Israel has nuclear weapons, so they're giving you the fact, but it's for you to deflect. Also, you were talking about,
oh my God,
Israel
Matt
being
Saigai. I'm sorry, Matt Saigai's on a 100 stream streak. Well done, Matt Saigai. Very great job. Dolly Boy, are you beating out Matt Saigai? I know that one of you have like hundreds, or like in the hundreds, like 300 streams or some shit. Okay, let's watch this. Sorry, let me start it over.
I expect you to come here to accept that Israel has nuclear weapons, so they're giving you the fact, but it's for you to deflect. Also, you were talking about Israel being a saint in all of this. I mean, we can go back historically, and I can tell you about the King David Hotel bombings, Argon and Shargon, and all the other atrocities. Even Gaza here, that Israel first denied the number of people killed in Gaza. Finally, they accepted the number.
Okay, can I say, I'm sorry. Can I say something, and I don't want it to be taken the wrong way? Can I say something without everyone accusing me of being racist or something? I love the Nigerian accent. Am I allowed to say that? Am I going to be yelled at by all the lefties out there? I love the Nigerian accent. I've always loved it. I love it. I love the Nigerian accent. I just want to say that, okay? It's just a side note, okay? Anyway.
They first said the numbers from the Gaza Health Ministry was wrong. Finally.
I'm not being racist. It's a compliment. I like the Nigerian accent, okay? I feel like it's a really good English accent. It's like a really good English accent. Like of all the English accents in the world, the Nigerian English accent, there's just something about it. I like it a lot, okay? Whatever. I hate all of you. No, whatever, Drusilla. I know. You're all turning against me now. I know. Whatever.
They came around, even what they're doing in the West Bank and all of that, and a lot of crimes, you know. The Israeli army is being investigated for a lot of...
Thank you. Look, the Nigerian is giving me permission. There we go. Problem solved.
Crimes. And we all know that. So if you think Israel is a saint, I mean, it's your the ambassador.
Hold on a minute.
Hang on a minute. Let me finish. Do not interrupt me, Ambassador. Let me finish. All right? So you can go ahead and claim all of that. But the interesting part is also the hypocrisy I see. Only last year, when you had a 12-day war, you said, I mean, the words of Donald Trump and Israel allies, they had obliterated the nuclear program in Iran. Expect you.
Oh my God, I love this. Oh my God, I love this. Oh my God, do you hear that? Do not speak over me. Oh my, I love this anchor. You can tell that he's not a big fan of the Israeli government. Oh my God, I love that. That's how all of us should handle Israeli ambassadors or whatever. Okay. I'm so sick of like the media like letting them lie openly or rely like a news anchors having like a pro-Israel person and an anti-Israel person. Okay. Okay, fair, Drusilla. All right. Okay. Really? Discord invite invalid? I got you, Ice. 1 second. Let me fix that for you. Guys, if the Discord isn't working, I apologize. The Discord link, I don't know why. Sometimes it... Oh, God damn it. Let me fix this here. Invite to server. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Generate a new link. I'm going to copy. Okay, here. I'm copying the Discord link into the chat now. Please use it if you would like to join a Discord. It has now been linked in both the YouTube and the Twitter. Anyway, yes, that is amazing. Like, I hate how there's a lot of journalists out there. It's okay, Ice, you're fine, really. Okay, how like there will be a pro-Israel person, an anti-Israel person, and then you'll have like a neutral party. And that neutral party, let's say like Piers Morgan, will let them fight it out amongst each other. But like the anchor should be calling out the Israeli lies. Okay, it's like it's kind of like, what's the term? It's a false dichotomy. It makes it appear that both sides have an equal point when the Israeli side doesn't have a point. I'm sorry, they don't. They don't. And they just lie. Okay, so I love that. I love this guy. That's how journalism should be. It should be adversarial. You should be adversarial to people in power who are lying to you. Okay, that's what does your audience the best. That does the best, okay? All right. Ugh. All right. Okay. Let's go on here. Thank you for that outer signal. Oh, no. Is there a fight happening on Discord? I swear to God. I don't want to have to... Okay. All right. What's this? Owen Jones? Ooh, this is now I love Owen Jones, don't we? Who here loves Owen Jones? I love Owen Jones. Let's see what he has to say. This is a leak. Media must support Israel. Okay. Owen Jones is, how do I frame? God, I don't want to sound like a sexual degenerate, but Owen Jones, oh my goodness. How old is he again? He's like in his 50s or 40s, isn't he? But dear God, daddy, huh? Anyway, so let's go on here. So media must support Israel. Let's see what he has to say.
It is now Monday.
What? Okay, elevator lady, what do you mean? What do you mean, elevator lady? How dare you? Okay. How dare you? Okay, I hate all of you. I hate you, elevator lady, and I hate you, Sir Bart. And don't you dare laugh at elevator lady. I hate all of you. Okay. He's 41, dear God. Oh my God. Oh, please. I got you, Word of Morpheus Blob. Okay. No, Dolly Boy, I don't hate all of you. He just turned 40. Okay, we have two different opinions here. Louise says 41, Mithril says 40, and I need an exact age, okay? I don't really, okay? Music is like, do I have an app open? No, it's just in the video. But...
this case, by Israel's illegal occupation of Palestinian land and by subjecting its people to apartheid, colonization, and genocide. The truth is that Israel supporters in the West...
Wait, today, what's his birthday?
...launched the biggest assault on free speech since the height of McCarthyism.
Yep, that's true.
And we can see where the Telegraph's new owners stand on that.
I love Owen. He's so right. Yeah, I know. Oh, shocking weirdomorphous blob. Who would have thought? Okay. By the way, guys, that was really good. By the way, do we know that today is Karl Marx's birthday, by the way? I think it is. I think today is Karl Marx's birthday, or am I off by a day? I'm pretty sure today is Karl Marx's birthday. Happy birthday, Karl Marxy. I want to play with his big beard, okay? Not in a sexual way. Like, just... I don't know that. Why do I always have to? I feel like I always have to add like a addendum to everything I say, so you guys don't judge me. But anyway, happy birthday, Karl Marx. Okay, his birthday is August 8th. Whose is? Oh, Owen Jones' birthday is August 8th. Cool. All right. Too bad he's not alive anymore. But okay, see here. I can't wait to get my neighbor out of the block by telling the police he supports that's so dark, Sir Bart. I love that. That's hilarious. Okay, you are exuding some Trump failed. I swear to God. Trump failed. I'm shocked you didn't start the drama today in Discord, okay? I was like, this is definitely a Trump failed moment, but I was wrong, okay? I'm going to pretend it is, though, all right? Because how dare you say that to me? Okay, we will forever. I know you will, Raccoon Boyo. Okay, anyway. Happy birthday, Karl Marx. All right, let's go on. That was very good. Thank you, guys. And to be clear, I don't have a crush on Karl Marx. I really don't. All right. See, whenever I say anything, it just makes it sound like I do have those things. Whatever. Who wants to live in a red button world? Smearing Zach Polanski. What's this? That is interesting. You know what? 1 second.
Who's conservative? Are you
know
conservative?
What? Let's watch this. This was sent to us by Pius Jacob. Thank you, Pius Jacob. Thank you, Pius Jacob. All right. No, Mayflower Cat. No, I don't know. Don't worry, Mayflower Cat. I'm just joking. I don't care about the arguing in Discord, okay? It's fine. So, I don't even know what's going on. I don't care. I don't care, Mayflower Kid. It's okay. You're respectful, Mayflower Kid. You're fine. I don't think you did anything wrong. I don't know. Okay. So I agree, Philly Cheese. I don't agree with everything Mr. Beat says. I got to tell you, I really like him as a creator. No, he isn't, LaQuа. I don't think Pius Jacob's ever in the stream. Okay. But regardless, okay. It's all handled. Excellent. I know you didn't do anything, Ice. You're perfect, okay? So this is a video that Pius Jacob sent us. It says Democrats are more conservative than Republicans. And I do sometimes disagree with Mr. B. I want to point out he's a great teacher. And the stuff I disagree on him with are not things that he'd be teaching to a class anyway. So it's not like he'd be a bad teacher or anything. But I just have like a few nitpicky things. But I still like his content. I love his content. So he published a video called Are Democrats More Conservative Than Republicans? Let's watch it. I did not know that this existed. That Mr. Jacob sent it to me. Okay, so let's watch it. I never really watch any of Pius Jacob's videos because he's never in the live streams, but this looks like a really good one. So let's just watch this, okay, guys? We'll see how it is.
I'm Mr. Beat, and in some ways, I'm conservative. In other ways, not so much.
That's actually weird. I didn't know that about him. Maybe I don't like him as much. Anyway, Elevator Lady, that's fan. Oh yes, exactly, Elevator Lady. Without you, everything breaks down.
Dictionary?
When it comes to politics, conservatism is a set of beliefs that promotes preserving traditional values.
Body swap is here.
And when I say traditional, I mean stuff handed down from generation to generation to generation to generation. You get the idea, right? Being a conservative means you also often want to protect traditional customs, culture, and institutions.
Generally speaking, conservatives are cool with the status quo, with keeping things more or less the same.
Conservatives often get
or making it worse. There's that too.
classified as, quote, right-wing. However, as I explained in this video, which I released 6 years ago, holy poop. Yeah, as I explained in that video, that can be misleading because the whole right-wing, left-wing spectrum is problematic, to say the least.
Yep,
in the United States of America.
Which I've said before too. It's true. It is
America. Yes, the USA. We have two major political parties, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. When most Americans hear, quote, conservative, they don't think cautious about institutional change. They think low taxes, pro-guns, strong border, anti-abortion, and indeed, for most of my entire life,
Yeah, guys, it makes much more sense though if you think of exactly. No, you're totally right. No, you're right, Weird Amorphous Blob. That's my point here. Okay, so this is the problem though, guys. Yes, if you look at it without understanding who the political parties actually represent, people will think that they're about, lower taxes and things like that. You have to look at it as what are these parties doing to represent the elites? And if you look at it that way, yeah, the Republicans are about keeping power in the hands of the elites, and if not giving them more power and wealth, okay? The Democrats are very similar in that regard. They both are very similar in what they do to help the elites, okay? Because remember, and I know that sounds like I'm way oversimplifying, I'm really not that much. If you look at the political parties and what they do as their actual purpose, which is to work for the elites, it suddenly makes a lot more sense how they are politically, okay? All right, let's see here.
Republican Party has generally been considered the more conservative party in the United States. The party that wanted to keep things the same. The party of traditional values. The Democratic Party, on the other hand, was considered the less conservative party. You know, the party that wanted to change things. By the way,
I agree that they're the less conservative party. I'm glad he didn't say that they're not conservative, though.
Republicans have only been calling Democrats liberal since the 1980s. Both parties used to call themselves that before then. Anyway, in this video, I'm going to make a take that's hot.
Sure, Alyssa, I'll
I
speed
think
it up.
there's a compelling argument that the Democratic Party is actually the more conservative major political party in recent years. But wait, hold
on. Okay, I'll hear him out. I mean, I am not exactly. I don't know. Okay, I'll hear him out. I'll hear him out. This sounds eerily similar to like an argument where you would say like the Nazis were left wing or some shit. Okay, I'll see what he has to say.
Stop, will you please hear me out?
Okay, fine. I'll hear you out. You piece of
no,
shit.
you already smashed that dislike button.
I mean, but I love you. Sorry, Mr. Beat.
Lame. Well, this sucks. My career is over. Dang it. Well, I guess I should just be captured by my audience, right? Whatever you say goes. You're always right.
Nah, dude. In
I
this
am. Thank you, Mr. B.
video, let's make the argument that the Democratic Party is the more conservative political party. You know, just for funsies.
Oh, shut up, Weird Amorphous Blob. How dare you? Okay, go back to your blob hole or whatever, okay? Where do you live? Is it like a den or a hole in the ground? I don't know where blobs live.
I hate to break it to you, but every time you go online, giant corporations are stealing your personal data.
Okay,
and then
blah,
data
blah.
brokers.
We got an ad here. Blah, blah, blah. Big ad, big ad.
Argument that the Democratic Party is the more conservative major party in the United States in recent years. Hey, keep an open mind, Jackie.
First of all, my definition of conservatism, which again is a set of beliefs that promotes preserving traditional values, goes back to the OG conservative, Edmund Burke, considered one of the most influential conservative philosophers of the...
Okay, guys, listen. I know I'm not hearing him out yet, but the more I think about it, okay, if I think about it, if you view conservatism as like just maintaining the status quo, which, okay, I guess it is partially. Typically, conservatism is the idea that you should maintain the status quo as much as possible and only make changes that are small if necessary, okay? Historically, that's what it means. So I guess if you look at it that way, fascists are a lot, oftentimes still make major changes. But okay. So I guess you could say that the Democrats are more conservative because they're not radical fascists in that way. You know what? Whatever. I'll listen. Okay, Sir Bart, you tell me to let him cook one more goddamn time. I swear to God, Sir Bart, I'm a much better cook than he is. Okay, I'll make some goddamn brownies that'll blow your brains. That sounds bad. That'll make you lose your mind, Sir Bart. That sounded like I wanted you to die, Sir Bart. That's not what I meant. Okay. Dolly Boy, don't you dare tell me to be quiet, okay? I hate all of you.
1700s, baby. Burke hated the French Revolution's radical upheaval. He hated tearing down everything old for abstract ideals like liberty, equality, fraternity. Nah, dude. Burke argued for prudence, cautious, gradual change. Respect existing institutions, man. Preserve what works. Burke famously said, society is a, quote, partnership not only between those who are living, but between those who are living, those who are dead, and those who are to be born. Based on all that, I speculate that if Burke was around today, he would say the Democratic Party was the more conservative major political party right now. And here are 3 reasons why.
Okay.
The Democratic Party seems to be for conserving the country's core political institutions.
Oh my God, it's Chuck Schumer!
Or the rules, norms, and organizations that have guided our behavior for generations. You know, stuff like federal agencies, the 3 branches of government, separation of powers among them, and within them, checks and balances, federalism, free and fair elections, peaceful power transfers, or the Constitution itself.
To be clear, they have not done that, okay? Obama majorly went after journalists who were whistleblowers. The Democrats have illegally engaged in wars and drone strikes and things like that. They haven't exactly been upholders of the Constitution. Now, if we're making the argument that they've upheld it more than the Republicans, maybe we could say that, but I just want to make it clear. It's not really true that they've upheld these things at all, okay? They've been they've massively violated the Constitution and given tons of power to the executive and launched illegal wars and things like that. Okay? So just to be clear,
The Republican Party, more often than not, seems to question these political institutions. Here's a prime example of this. After the presidential election of 2020, millions of Republican voters, as well as a majority of Republican members of Congress, challenged the election results. They protested across the country. All of this culminated with the January 6th United States Capitol attack, which saw President Donald Trump's supporters violently raid the Capitol building in order to prevent the certification of the election results. Flash forward to the presidential election of 2024, and Democratic voters, even though many of them were
sorry, I'm pausing it so I don't get copyrighted because I'm not saying much.
Shocked, and all of them were disappointed over.
Oh, Weird Amorphous Blob, you know better than I do. What did he say? I can't remember Weird Amorphous Blob. I literally can't remember what he said about Thermidor. You tell me. I've read his shit, but it was a long time ago.
Overwhelmingly accepted the results. Here's another example.
Sir Bart, calm the fuck down, Sir Bart. You're fine. You're fine, okay? You're fine, Sir Bart.
In his second term, Trump has overhauled federal agencies, fired thousands of civil
I'm going to come looking for you, but still you're fine. I'm just kidding, Sir Bart.
Servants, went to war without Congress, and straight up consolidated power in the executive branch. If Burke was around today, he'd call that radical experimentation, not careful conservation. Hundreds of political scientists have said that the United States is straight up headed toward authoritarianism. In case there's any confusion on this, the United States has never been an authoritarian country.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to react that strongly to that statement. I'm sorry. Whoops. Sorry. This is why I do have some issues with Mr. Beat. Okay. I don't know if y'all remember what happened to black people. Okay. Like the slavery thing, which is pretty authoritarian. The Red Scare under McCarthy. Okay. Where we actually went after pro-left people. Okay. Like George Bush was pretty authoritarian. Now, obviously, Trump has taken this to a next level. He really has, but we've been authoritarian on multiple kinds. Like, what do you mean? We've not been authoritarian. Okay. Anyway. And again, it depends on your definition. Now, if he means that So Drusilla, what he said was that the United States has never been authoritarian before Trump. Now, we could debate whether you have like whether we've been like totalitarian or whether we've had like a dictator, but we've definitely had authoritarian tendencies. At the very least, we've had authoritarian tendencies.
Well, not fully. The Democratic Party, meanwhile, has moved into the role of institutionalist. They are consistently trying to protect government agencies and congressional norms.
Yeah, we're the one was blocked.
This is probably the clearest example. Since World War II, conservative foreign policy often meant internationalism. It meant strong alliances and American leadership influence over the rest of the world, particularly with the...
Jonas, I hate you, Jonas. Jonas says, but... Sorry, I shouldn't be laughing so much at this. Jonas says, but black slaves were sold by other Africans. That absolves Americans the consequential history of violence of oppression, right? Sure, Jonas. Sure it does, okay?
North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, a military alliance of 32 European and North American democratic countries.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
That was the Republic.
All right, let me... can you guys see me over on... Yes, you can. You guys can see me over on YouTube, right? I got a little thing that popped up, but you guys can see me. That's weird. Okay.
Republican brand. But today, many prominent Republicans, led by Trump, of course, have turned their backs on allies.
We're going to build a wall. It's going to be built.
They've questioned NATO and pulled back from international agreements.
As president...
Of course you can, Raccoon Boy. You can say whatever you want. You know I love when you say whatever you want, Raccoon Boyo.
...of the United States, I will always put America first. Just like you, as the leaders of your countries, will always and should always put your countries first.
Okay, Raccoon Boyo, no. No, we completely disagree. Raccoon Boyo says Gorbachev was kind of hot. No, he wasn't. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, Raccoon Boyo? Gorbachev was not hot. Regardless of the political point of view, let's put it this way. I'm not attracted to Gorbachev. Let's put it that way.
First.
And who seems to be defending the post-World War II global order now? The Democrats. They are the ones arguing for the preservation and even strengthening of the alliance system that has defined the last 80 years. For a long time, conservative meant being cool with free trade and against protectionism, or the restriction of trade to protect domestic industries from foreign...
Guys, we are not talking about this right now. We are not talking about this right now. I'm trying to have a serious conversation here, okay? I would never bring up the attractiveness of some person, okay? That is beyond me. How dare you, Raccoon Boyo, okay?
Competition. Today, they're much cooler with protectionism. They're perfectly cool with using the power of government to pick winners and losers through tariffs and trade wars. The biggest critics of tariffs have been Democrats.
California Governor Gavin Newsom and State Attorney General Bob Bonta announcing a lawsuit Tuesday against the Trump administration and its authority to unilaterally enact tariffs on trade partners around the globe.
The Republican Party used to mostly be the party of Wall Street and big business. Now, the Democratic Party is just as much in bed with Wall Street and big business, if not more.
Okay, hey, yes, he's right about that.
So, okay, let's be real.
Doing well, SoCal. Indiana Eye Candy's doing very well.
Here, this isn't a slam dunk.
In his life, Christ displayed true humility. In his death, he modeled true love.
On social and cultural issues, Republicans still generally lean more conservative. Many Republicans are against abortion expansion, against the federal government doing anything about climate change, against too much immigration, for school choice, for traditional family structures, and for traditional gender roles. On all these issues, the Democrats are still the party of change. Many Republicans also more consistently talk about fiscal conservatism, or making sure the government doesn't spend so much money. Well, they talk.
Jonas, you're not wrong, okay? You're not wrong. Jonas says white Americans act like slavery was just some kind of business arrangement. Yeah, literally, Jonas, which is hilarious because that's exactly how white people at the time viewed it. It's just business. It's just a way to make money, okay? And there's still this sense that it was like separate from American history, that it wasn't deeply linked in with the entire American government and society, and it was. And that it's something that can be forgotten So like you can be like, oh no, America was never authoritarian because we don't count black people as being part of it. You see what I mean? Like we don't count enslaved people as having experienced the United States because they're like separate. That was an anomaly, right? Like, it drives me crazy. All right.
About it, but Republicans currently in power have done nothing to actually rein in spending in recent years. Now, some modern Republicans might even argue that they are trying to restore an older America, like before the federal government dramatically grew throughout the 20th century. Okay, fair point, I guess. But even supposed restoration requires massive dramatic upheaval. You can't go back to 1956 without tearing apart a lot of what exists in 2026. That's not preservation. That's revolution.
The bottom line is when we look at the function.
Paul Squall, that is a dark joke. Paul Squall says, listen, sometimes they do think about what slaves experienced. I would say about 3/5 of the time. Paul Squall, you're evil. That is really funny and you're evil. God. I shouldn't be laughing, but dear God, the horrors of this country. Oh my goodness.
Of the two major political parties, the roles have flipped.
The Republican Party is now the party of radical reform, populism, and dismantling institutions. The Democratic Party is the party of institutionalism, international stability, and preserving the status quo. So the argument ain't that Democrats are conservative on everything. They're just more conservative on the fundamentals of government, the rule of law, institutions, and cautious change. And I have to point out that a growing number of Democrats are not like that. Many Democrats are now calling for more dramatic reforms like universal health care, universal basic income, a wealth tax, and straight up amending the Constitution to end partisan gerrymandering.
Yep, which is why, by the way, the Democrats are being left behind because the majority of them are conservative, and that's not the mood the country is in. The country is not in a conservative mood. It's in a anti-establishment mood, which is the opposite of conservatism.
And bring in a number of voting reforms.
Then again, calling to amend the Constitution as opposed to straight up reinterpreting the Constitution.
Matt Saga, thank you so much for the contribution. Really, thank you for the 100 bits. Love you, Matt Saga. You're the best.
However you want to. Still seems somewhat conservative these days.
Politics isn't static. As I point out in my party systems video, political parties evolve. And even political labels can mean different things to different people and at different times in history. For decades.
Can I just point out something out here? Okay, I'm sorry. I keep thinking about that authoritarianism comment. Didn't I say earlier in the stream that America has 20% of the entire world's prison population? That sounds pretty authoritarian too, right? We don't have to go that far back in history to think of authoritarian things America does. Thank you so much, Jonas, for the 200 bits. Really, thank you.
Conservative has often been interlinked with stability, responsibility, and caution, all qualities most voters value. Liberal, on the other hand, has often been interlinked with recklessness, radicalism, and instability, things most voters distrust.
My main point is, whenever a politician calls themselves a conservative, ask them why they call themselves a conservative.
Voters should judge based on principles, not labels.
I consider myself a conservative when it comes to certain aspects of my country that have been around for centuries. You know, stuff like separation of powers.
Sir Bart makes a good point. Sir Bart says the Nazis, Mr. King K, I might not be able to, actually. I might have something to do right after stream, but send me a message and I'll get back when I can, okay? Sir Bart says the Democrats are a controlled opposition. When you lay down and give up, allowing the rotten cancer to spread, you're no better than the Nazis in power. Capitulating to the fascists makes you a fascist. Yeah. Okay, yeah. That's true. Okay, yeah. That's fair. Raccoon Boyo says, no, CR, you don't understand the rest of the world. The rest of the world is just soft on crime. There you go, Raccoon Boyo. Exactly, right?
And balances, federalism, the rule of law.
Sure, the brand of conservatism may still be associated with the Republican Party, but the practice of conservatism is arguably more associated with the Democratic Party these days. That doesn't make the Democrats right or the Republicans wrong. It doesn't mean you should vote one way.
Yeah, Weirdomorphous Blob, weirdly enough, I agree with you there. I'm sorry, Weirdomorphous Blob always makes great points. Weirdomorphous Blob said, I'd say America was relatively authoritarian under even Lincoln, but it was good. I gotta tell you, I agree. And guys, I'm going to tell you, and I'm not saying that overall, authoritarianism can be used. This is a really dark thing to say, okay, but I'm going to say it anyway. Authoritarianism can be used in ways that are positive in desperate situations. I know that sounds crazy, but Lincoln, during the Civil War, Lincoln suspended the right to habeas corpus, as in He extended the right to, he said that you don't have to have a body of evidence to imprison people because there were Southern spies everywhere. The South was an open rebellion, and they needed to crack down quick on traitors to the country. And they did. And I will say he was careful about it. It's not like they started willy-nilly arresting everyone. Yeah, there were some innocent people caught up in it, but it was almost a necessary step that he had to take in order to preserve the country, okay? And I know we don't really care about preserving the country, but for the time, he did some pretty authoritarian things. Now, those things went away after the crisis ended. But yes, but to say, so regardless, but to say America has never been authoritarian is just not true. Okay. And I will say the vast majority of the times it has been authoritarian, it has been bad because it's authoritarian in the interest of the elites. Obviously. Okay. So.
Or another. It just means our political vocabulary is struggling to keep up with a quickly shifting political reality. And honestly, I think that's worth knowing, which is why I'm gonna make a video about it. I promise.
Yeah, Jonas. Yeah, what's up, Mad Sci Guy? What's up? Yeah, Jonas, I agree. The Weimar Republic was way too soft on the Nazis. Thank you, Mad Sci Guy. And guys, I've always said, like, if I had to be the one that protected liberal democracy from Nazis, okay? You know, I don't really, I mean, I want to stop Nazis, but I want to, exactly, weird amorphous blob, exactly. Rights should be provided to an authoritarian manner, housing, healthcare. I agree, Raccoon Boy. So let me explain some things, guys. I've always said that if I had to be the one who was in charge of protecting a liberal democracy from fascism, obviously I'd want to go to socialism, but let's say if for some reason I had to defend it. I would go authoritarian to the wall on the Nazis, okay? I would lock those fuckers up. I would suppress their freedom of speech immediately, okay? I would have trials of treason against them. I would fabricate charges if I needed to. I know that sounds dark, okay? I know that sounds dark, but what are you gonna do? Like, you can't, one of the death knells of liberal democracy is that Nazis, I know that sounds crazy, Mayflower Kid, but what do you think the Nazis do? That's exactly what the Nazis do when they get into power. They fabricate charges against people. They go after innocent people, and I wouldn't go after innocent people. I'm going to go after the Nazis. Okay? No, Raccoon Boyo, I personally would not fabricate charges, but I would definitely look the other way if others did it, okay? Like, well, honestly, Raccoon Boyo, I don't think that's true. Let's put it that way, okay? I think you have little faith in me, okay? You underestimate my hatred of Nazis, let's put it that way. But I get what you mean. I am, like, too nice a lot of the times. I get that. But in that case, having known what the Nazis did, I would definitely be up to doing whatever I needed to. And that might be a last resort. It might be a last resort. But okay. Yes. Okay. So that's possible, Raccoon Boyo. But regardless, like, you do what you need to crush the Nazis. Because Nazis and fascists are fundamentally opposed to your system. So you're going to let them fester? You're going to let them stay around? Like, do you not care about democracy? Now, obviously, okay? Yeah, Weird Amorphous Bob, this is my point. And guys, I am, yeah, every human being has a capacity for violence, but I want to explain something. I prefer the most democratic society we can possibly manage, okay? That we can possibly manage. As in, I don't want a democracy for the sake of democracy if it's going to collapse and everyone's going to suffer and fall into fascism, right? We need some, there is a balancing act you have to make between authoritarianism and democracy, because to protect the democracy, you need some elements of authoritarianism. And that doesn't, and by the way, I'm talking about a socialist society even, okay? Like, if you think that us having a socialist society, suddenly everything will be honky-dory and there won't be people around who seek to oppress others and seek to take away your rights, or seek to, reinstate capitalism or whatever, you're mistaken. Okay, we can't you see what I mean? You can't necessarily let all that fester. Now, obviously, I do not trust government. I've made this clear. That's the thing I agree with anarchists on, okay? We have to be very cautious of government, okay? Because no matter what system you're in, people can lose their minds, okay? Leaders can do insane things and kill lots of people who are innocent, can do lots of damage to a society. So my point is that requires that people always have to be vigilant of governments overstepping, while also understanding that you do need some oppression. Not oppression, I'm sorry. Well, I guess it could be viewed that way. You do need some a strong hand in some ways, okay? And I know that sounds dark, but it's true. Okay, Lacroix, okay, Stalin arc has ended. That was quick. I am still not a fan of Stalin, Lacroix. I gotta tell you. I know. You're all gonna hate me. I know. Hey, I do not like Stalin as a person. I do not like Stalin, okay? Because he is the kind of dictator I was warning about what I just talked about. Yeah, some of the oppression he did might have been called for. Most of it, I would say, was way overdone. And he punished a ton of innocent people. Tons of innocent people. And a lot of the punishments he did, I thought was bad for the Soviet Union. Okay, I think was bad for the Soviet Union. But yes, so I am not necessarily opposed to some level of authoritarianism. Okay, exactly, Philly cheese. He deported and massacred a lot of minority groups, did a lot of internal ethnic cleansing and forcible relocation of minorities. And yeah, he had fewer people in the gulags than we have people in prison in the United States, but that doesn't make the gulags good. He also sent a lot of people that were innocent to the gulags, including gay men. He sent gay men to the gulags for time in labor camps in an effort to suppress homosexuality. Anyway, so you see, but this is my point though. There's a balancing act. There's a balancing act, okay, that you have to do. I think he went too far the other way. He went way too far the other way, okay? Okay. But that being said, okay, yeah. Anyway.
Apparently, I already did make.
Yeah, Jonas, that's exactly the question, right? And I don't have a direct answer for that. Jonas says, but where is the middle ground between centralized control and anarchy? I don't know. But there needs to be one, right? And we cannot, I think we're way too soft on a lot of these lunatic right-wingers in our societies, okay? Way too soft on a lot of these lunatic right-wingers in our society. Okay. No, Raccoon Boy, I'm not confirming the horseshoe theory at all. Okay. This is not horseshoe theory. We've actually talked about that before, Raccoon Boyo. That's not, so what I'm talking about are tactics of power. That is not what the horseshoe theory looks at. This is complicated, Raccoon Boyo. Anyway, but we're way too soft on a lot of the people in our society right now. I'm sorry. But the people that were spreading COVID misinformation and stuff, they should be in prison. I don't care. I don't care. I'm sorry. Is this a hot take? If you were spreading COVID misinformation, you should be in prison. You are killing people, okay? In a time of national crisis where people were dying because of this disease, you're out there lying about something that'll save people? What do you want? They need to be in prison. I'm sorry. And I don't care. And they will be screaming, oh, my freedom of speech. Oh, you're killing people, all right? I have a limit. I love freedom of speech, but there's a limit. Okay, I don't want the ideology to get ahead of the reality and the suffering on the ground. Okay, I don't want that shit. Okay, if you're walking around on the street carrying a goddamn Nazi flag, going to the Charlottesville March and doing promoting Nazism and things like that, and talking about killing black people, you should be in prison. Totally Fairly Odd Terrence. He should be in prison. Donald Trump should be in prison. Okay? Okay. Yeah, I love that, Raccoon Boyo. I mean, I would have to look Raccoon Boyo in that particular piece of legislation, but the idea that an engineer should go to, if they lie, then yeah, probably. And I agree with that too. They're anyway. Yeah, and like, guys, that's my whole point. I have no tolerance for intolerance, and let's put it this way: I have tolerance for intolerance, but if you start spreading that intolerance and it becomes a physical danger to people, which if any intolerance spreads a huge amount, it gets out of hand. Okay, obviously, I'm gonna crack down on that shit. All right. And like, I don't understand why so many Americans don't see the link between allowing people to spread misinformation and then the violence that occurs from it. Okay? Like, all right. Jonas, it's insane to me that we've become more apathetic during the same time we've increased awareness of global issues like tech. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. There you go, Trump failed. And this is my point, guys. You do know that sounds like we, oh, thank you. You're a smart guy. Thank you for the $5. Matt Saiga, are you okay? Matt Saiga sent me a message that said, Sam, I love you, man. You're such a nice guy. Oh, thank you, Matt Saiga. Thank you, Matt Saiga. Okay. Yeah. Yes, Weirdomorphous Blob. And I just don't, okay, I just don't get it. And I get it. I know I just lost several viewers. Like 4 people disappeared after I started talking this way. I know Americans especially have trouble thinking this way because we live in a liberal moment. Okay. And no, I don't like Stalin. Okay. We can debate this all you want. I'm not advocating for a murderous dictator who kills vast number of people willy-nilly and like, but like we need some kind of okay, thank you, Matt Saigai. Guys, why are you being so nice to me all of a sudden? Okay, I hate you. Like I'm saying this because I care. Let's put it that way, all right? Why would my voice keep cracking? Am I going through puberty? Anyway, like I don't want that to happen, all right? Anyway. Let's go on, guys.
Make a video about it. As a matter of fact, I'm in it right now. And you just watched it. Ha! But what do you think? Am I full of crap?
No, you don't have to apologize. It's my fault if I get stun locked, right? I'm glad we talked about Stalin, okay? Because that's my okay. Yes, you know what? Weirdomorphous Blob, I will accede to that, okay? I agree with you. Weirdomorphous Blob says, I'll only push for determinate negation. Like, you can take issue with Stalin, but at least learn lessons good and bad. Agreed, Weirdomorphous Blob. I will, okay? I agree. And I'm not saying everything Stalin did was bad. Like, if you look at him, like, moving all of the Soviet Union's industry during World War II, okay, he did a lot of things that you could view as positive for the Soviet Union. Overall, I'm not a fan, okay, obviously. But yes, okay, I get what you mean, all right? All right, so let's go on here. Marcus, fascism is capitalism in decay. Both liberals and conservatives serve the interests of capital. We need true left-wing representation, no capitalist. I totally agree, Marcus. I totally agree. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now, obviously, we're really far away from that, folks. And that's, you know, yeah, no, I get, Jonas, I get you. I understand that, Jonas. And that is a concern I have too. Okay. You say here, that's also my fear with far left-wing movements. We're betting on the people not to become another Mao or Stalin. Yes. And this is why I originally, I say I'm a socialist, and I've been accused of being a conservative socialist before because human beings are things can get out of hand. Okay, let's put it that way. And I do not want vast numbers of innocent people to get hurt. It's against my humanist beliefs. And if we go wild with some sort of revolution and a bunch of innocent people start dying, that would make me lose my mind. Okay. I can give you some examples where this was not the case in history, where there is always some level of violence. But like, for example, in Cuba, there was some Pol Potting around there. There was some violence in Cuba, okay? But if you look at the number of people that died under Castro, it's very small compared to most revolutions, okay? And very small compared to the number of people that were killed previously in Cuba under the former regime. So, like, that's why I like Castro, and he wasn't perfect. No one is. But, like, yeah, we need to make sure that we don't do vast death and things like that. And by the way, one of the issues with Mao, okay, with the I think, with my opinion, with socialism in both the USSR and China, is that their form of socialism where they very much centralize control of a lot of industries. There were some issues with that. And I say that, and it's not me critiquing socialism, it's that this was an experiment, okay? These were some of the first socialist states, so they tried out a lot of things that were new, okay, that hadn't really been done in this mass scale before. And something that they learned pretty quickly was that if you like centrally control industries and the government decides how much is produced and when it's produced and stuff, the government can make mistakes. And because they're the ones that are producing stuff, it can have bad consequences. Like, or if you're like, you might not produce enough and then a lot of people starve. Or, you know, you might not, you do collectivization and then you don't correctly manage it and a lot of people starve to death. So like my point is that there are, what we've learned, we have learned from those mistakes and we can do it better the next time. Okay. And China right now, although China isn't perfect, has learned from some of those mistakes, by the way. They can learn more, I think, but they've learned some from the mistakes and they're doing pretty good in some ways. They're not perfect and they've had some capitalism going on. They haven't completely learned. You see what I mean? Okay, exactly, Sir Bart. If hostilities have ended and you're still killing people en masse, unjustly, I would say, Sir Bart, then yes, you're evil. Okay, like and that's what I do not want, Sir Bart. I do not want that. Okay, so and that's why when I talk about Fidel Castro, a lot of the people that were put on trial, in these people's courts and stuff, a lot of them had been oppressing the people previously, and the people of Cuba were demanding these trials, and so. Some of them were almost certainly innocent, but it wasn't nearly as bad as elsewhere. Okay. Yes. Yeah, Raccoon Boyo, exactly. So it's just we need to learn from that, okay? And maybe we can okay. So Philly Cheese, you say, how do you deal with the portion of the population who will never want to readjust? That is a really hard question, Philly Cheese. And I don't know if I have I don't know if I have an answer to that. Okay. No, that's fair, Jonas. That is fair. I guess, Jonas, I meant economically. China is pretty brutal in a lot of ways. Okay. Okay. Moving on. But what was I going to say here? I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought. Okay. Bye-bye, LaCroix. Okay. So we see here, I don't know what the official term is, but always seems revolutionaries are down with the sickness until they get the power. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right, Sir Bart. And Sir Bart, I want to point it this way. If you look at the reason why this stuff happens, it's because when you have massive revolutionary change, it becomes really hard to regain control of the society. And what always ends up happening is that the dictators see that the only way to gain control is to do massive amounts of violence. It sort of becomes necessary. I'm not saying it becomes right, but that's why it's my goal that we do it in a way where the vast amount of violence doesn't need to happen, okay? And I know that sounds idealistic, but I certainly, yes, exactly, Sir Bart. And so a lot of folks who like critique these dictators and stuff make it sound like there's something uniquely evil about them or wrong about them. And I want to say, I honestly think Stalin was fucked up in the head. I'm not, okay, and I don't think that about Mao, for example. I don't think that about Mao. I don't think Mao was fucked up in the head. I think that there were some mistakes made in regards to the famine and things like that. Okay. But I think Stalin was super paranoid. Regardless, a lot of that's kind of what happens when you do this revolution. Now, but that's why we need to do it in a way better, or figure out some way to do it where we don't have mass death that follows, or mass oppression. And boy, would I like it to be a process, a slower process of revolutionary change. But I know that is unlikely and it might not work. And I know that sounds like I'm a social democrat or something. I'm not. I don't know. I don't have the answer. Okay. Okay. I'll shut up. I'll shut up. I'm getting off track and I'm losing viewers. So let's keep watching Mr. Beast. I think it's almost done.
All right. I am Mr. Beat, and we're doing another live stream where I get to talk to really cool people who are running for Congress. Again, according to Ballotpedia, there are 2,500 people approximately running for Congress in these upcoming midterms in November 2026. And tonight we're speaking with 4 of them. I've got 2 more from Indiana because I guess I love Indiana so much. But Indiana has a primary tomorrow, so we had to get them on quickly. I have another one from Ohio, Ohio also has a primary tomorrow.
Oh.
And then another one from Florida.
Okay, that's it. He's just doing some shit. Oh, this is a different video. Whatever. I guess he's done. Whatever. Okay. Whatever, guys. Whatever. Anyway, so yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna put my face up here for a second, guys. I'm gonna put my face up here. So I've said before, guys, multiple times, with that power vacuum, you can't create control of a whole region without that power vacuum being controlled. Yes. Okay. So I'm gonna put my face up here. So, guys, to be clear, I know I just rambled at you a lot. I've said before that I don't have all the answers. I hope you guys know that. I have always said that I don't necessarily know what the future will look like. Okay, I don't. I don't have a crystal ball, and I don't have a perfect solution to a lot of the problems that face us. Okay, especially if we want to do major revolutionary change and things like that. But I do think that we need to be careful about it and make sure that we do it in a responsible way. That remembers that the ideologies we have are for the sake of people, and that we shouldn't use people for the sake of ideology. Does that make sense? People are more valuable overall than ideology, in my opinion. Okay, so we have to make sure that I think that our ideology is much more humane and better, but that that the ideology doesn't start excusing massive death of people. Okay, you see what I mean? Because the whole point of the ideology is to help people, right? To make things better for people. Does that make sense? All right. That's the one thing I will say. Okay, and like, let me point something out here, guys. Let me point something else out here. I know I'm rambling now. I hope you all don't leave me. Don't leave me. Please don't leave me. So let me give you another example. So, like, if you go back and you read some of like the documents from not early in the Soviet Union, there are some of these in the early Soviet Union, but like later in the Soviet Union, around the time of Stalin and things like that, a lot, like, you start seeing some language that sounds very like dehumanizing, where it's like, well, to save the revolution, we must exterminate these people, or like there'd be phrases that were used and things like that that sounded really kind of dystopian. And a lot of times the violence would be excused, but or like people that would disagree with the violence would be called counter-revolutionary, and that's the word that would be used, and they'd be demonized and then thrown in a gulag, right? That to me is a society gone mad. If like you can't even be like, hey, maybe we shouldn't throw all these people in camps, and then to be accused of being counter-revolutionary for even suggesting it, that you shouldn't do that. It's not very human to me, okay? And I get it. We can debate this. That's why we need to be careful. That's all I'm saying. Okay, we just need to be careful. Does that make sense? All right. All right. So okay. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Morris Blob. The death tolls aren't something abstract, right? They're human beings, okay? They're human beings that we're talking about and things like that. All right. All right. Okay, there you go. Trump failed. Someone just do something. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm calm, Matt Saga. Okay, Trump failed. I have all the answers. Vote me for president. Free liquor, weed, smokes, and no door charge at the strip clubs for a year. Is that men and women strip clubs? Trump failed. Are you being biased? Does that include gay strip clubs? Thank you, Philly cheese. I'll take a drink. I know. Did all the people leave me? Did all the lefties leave me from saying that shit? Okay. 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 That is correct, Weirdomorphous Blob, but Weirdomorphous Blob, the separation isn't as clear as you would think. I can promise you, Weirdomorphous Blob, that even if you like do a mass campaign against people who are actually rebellious, you're going to kill and imprison a lot of innocent people too if you do it on a mass scale. And that's what we saw happen in the Soviet Union, okay? Mass numbers of innocent people caught up in fervor against in revolutionary fervor and killing and imprisoning tons of millions of innocent people, if you go by some estimates, in an attempt to quash the revolution. And that is my idea. That's what I mean when I say you got to be careful. And then not, and a lot of party officials, this with Morris Blob, like for example, in China, party officials would scapegoat individuals on the ground who were innocent to hide their own failings. So it's like a big problem. Okay. So anyway, all right. Thank you guys. You're all still here. Excellent. Okay. So, all right. And by the way, guys, yeah, same with the French Revolution during the Terror. Things get really out of hand. And it oftentimes, by the way, leaves a really bad taste in the mouth of other people about those revolutions. Okay. And it can kind of do a lot of harm to those revolutions in the long run, in some ways. Okay. Because then you'll have people in the country who have long memories. All right. Okay. So, let me 1 second here, guys. Let me say one last thing. I know I keep saying one last thing. One of the big mistakes the Nazis made, okay, one of the big mistakes that the Nazis made when they invaded the Soviet Union is that they sought to exterminate the Slavs. Okay, they sought to exterminate the Slavs as opposed to enlist and a lot of the minority groups that were in the Soviet Union, as opposed to enlisting their help against the Soviet Union. You think I sound crazy? No, I do not. Many historians agree that there was a lot of anti-Stalin hatred amongst a lot of minority groups in the Soviet Union because of his treatment of them. The Nazis, of course, were so hateful and evil that they couldn't see this advantage they had, and they decided to turn those people against them and then have them side with Stalin. Yeah. So do we think then that cracking down on a bunch of minority groups en masse and treating them horribly and things like that is going to be good for your country in the long run, your revolution in the long run, or going to make it easier for outside forces to exploit it? So there's all these other things to consider. You see what I mean? As opposed to just revolution successful, revolution not successful. Okay. Or like, crack down on dissent. Human beings are more complicated. Yeah, Sir Bart, it's almost like if you kept sitting on someone's face, they're going to end up spitting back. Yeah, okay? And guys, a lot of those people were not mad at Stalin because of socialism. It's not like they were capitalists who were like, oh, how dare these socialists? No, they were very upset that these communist parties' policies had caused mass starvation in their lands, had resulted in many of them being sent to gulags. Okay, like they had been oppressed. Okay. Yeah, Weird Morris Bob, I completely agree with you. That's why I said, like, under Stalin, there was under Stalin, there was a lot of issues there. Okay, but it wasn't just the Ukrainians, by the way, Weird Amorphous Blob. It wasn't just the Ukrainians that were very upset with Stalin. And what he had done, okay? And, okay. But that's the other thing where was Blob, you said Ukrainian nationalists. The Soviet Union, there was massive starvation in Ukraine. Now, we don't have to debate. I don't really want to debate like whether it was on purpose or not on purpose. It's irrelevant. That starvation did not only affect Ukrainian nationalists, it affected the Ukraine. It affected millions of people throughout the entire Ukraine, whether they were nationalists or not. And boy, did that not help the Soviet Union get Ukrainians on their side, right? Because they all remembered the Great Starvation. Anyway, so my point is like, I want to point out that, okay, you guys get what I'm saying. All right. Yes, Skylar, you're right, okay? Let's see here. So, guys, let's see what else we got here. Let's see what else we have to react to here. Let's react to a couple more videos. Thank you guys for listening to me rant. Okay? But my point here, as Weird Morphous Blob says, we need to learn about both the good and the bad from the past, right? The good and the bad. All right. Ooh, what is this pondering? Ooh, let's watch this. This was sent to us by Louise. Are you still here, Louise? So this is okay. Let's see here. Listen, I don't take much issue with J. Arch Getty. Who's J. Arch Getty? I don't know who that is. Or those types who actually do the legwork. And I'll learn as much as I can from those works, but I find most criticism aren't actually that useful due to them being either moral idealism. But see, listen, weird amorphous blob, okay? That's what worries me. Saying that moral idealism, so what it implies to me, weird amorphous blob, when you say it's morally idealistic to criticize a government for mass starvation amongst a part of their population, it doesn't sound, you see what I mean? That sounds like an excuse to me. I don't, and that's what worries me. No, but weird amorphous blob, but what does that mean then, weird amorphous? So maybe I misunderstood weird amorphous blob. You said, I find most criticisms aren't actually that useful due to them being either moral idealism or propagandistic. So what are you saying is morally idealistic of what I said, or of criticisms? Okay.
Unfortunately, we begin the day with some alarming major breaking news
Okay, so
about
this is
the
sent to us by
2026
Louise.
midterms and future elections. Donald Trump is openly panicking that he and his party are headed for defeat in November if the midterms are anything close to approaching.
Elevator lady, you're right. You are absolutely right. Okay. There's a lot of propaganda, and there is a lot of quality. A lot of quality of life was better in the Soviet Union for a lot of people. Okay, absolutely. But see, elevator lady, that's my point, right? Is that, yeah, there's data to back that up, but it wasn't better for the people who were in, that were in the gulags, or the people who starved to death. And no matter what the reason was, you see what I mean? But that's what I'm saying. We need to take the good and the bad. Okay, like there were very bad things that happened in the Soviet Union, and there were good things that happened in the Soviet Union. It's a big place. Okay, it's a big place. Let's put it that way. The moral idealism thing, I mean, lefty criticism of the structure, which ignore the historical circumstances. Okay, so, okay, listen, we're most blood. Okay, I'm actually enjoying this conversation. I'm just curious because I see what you're saying, but couldn't you make that argument for any historical atrocity? So should we ignore for example, what Leopold did in the Congo because of the historical circumstances, or what Israel's doing in Gaza? And I'm not saying those are exactly the same thing. Or what about, the Irish potato famine? Okay, or and I'm not saying those are exactly the same things, but like mass death that is perpetrated by governments. Okay. That's like, see what I mean? So weird morse blob, I'm not saying in regard to the atrocities. I got you. I mean, of the entire government structure. Okay. Yeah, no, I actually am not, my point here, weird morse blob, is I'm not actually condemning the government structure. Given the threats faced by the Soviet Union stuff, it's kind of understandable that they had to adopt a one-party state that was pretty top-down heavy and stuff like that. I make the exception of Stalin, though, because Stalin I felt was kind of insane. It did some things that were over the top. But yes, I get what you mean. Okay, I get what you mean there. All right. Okay.
A fair fight. So now he's publicly ordering Republican governors and Republican state legislatures to cancel their elections. Cancel their elections, even if they're already in progress, which many are, in order to go back and redraw the voting maps, to rig the voting maps and thus the elections in favor of the Republicans by taking seats away from the Democrats. And folks, at least one red state is already complying. Louisiana, they issued a state of emergency to cancel an election that was already in progress.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I don't have the vid on screen. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I was distracted. All right, there we go. Forgive me.
Ballots had gone out and been returned, and they are canceling those elections in Louisiana in order to redraw the voting maps in favor of Trump and the Republican Party. And Trump is trying to get all other red states to...
Weird Morse Blob, love talking with you. Weird Morse Blob says, because it developed in a particular way due to particular factors. And in a manner it is developed is often attacked without accounting for why it took that form. But see, weirdo versus blob, this is what you could say the exact same thing about the American government, but I'm still going to criticize the American government. I could easily argue, look at, the American government developed in this particular way due to particular factors and the particular way it formed. But that doesn't mean I can't criticize it or that we shouldn't criticize it. Or I'm not saying you're saying I can't criticize it. Okay, I know, but I'm just saying, like, my question is this, Freedom of Blob. Would you say the same thing about another state? Okay. Would you say the same thing about people criticizing America or the Great Britain? And listen, I'm not trying to go after you specifically, Weird Amorphous Blob. I notice a lot of lefties or some lefties have trouble looking at socialist states and sort of kind of looking at them in the same way that they look at any other state. Okay. It's like somehow they're special or unable, you know what I mean? And I'm not going after you, Weird Amorphous Blob. It's just something I've noted. Okay. Okay.
Do this. This is a 5-alarm fire. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, first I want to refer you to this article by Democracy Docket, which is Mark Elias's outfit. And Mark Elias is doing superhuman work trying to fight Republican election rigging and election stealing and gerrymandering across the country.
Trump issues
so
demand that states cancel elections and rig maps.
As they write,
GOP
Trump issues demand
Calais.
that states cancel elections and rig maps for the GOP after Calais. After the Supreme Court gutted a key provision in the Voting Rights Act, Donald Trump insisted over the weekend that Republicans should rig political maps in their favor ahead of the upcoming midterms, even if that means scrapping active investigations. In his latest alarming outburst on social media, Trump said Sunday that the Supreme Court's 6-3 decision...
Yes, okay, sorry, Weird Amorphous Blob. But this is my question, Weird Amorphous Blob, okay? But do you get defensive about it if someone does it to America? Like, I'm always screaming about how much I don't like America on here. But I've never heard you get defensive about me doing that to America. But when I do it to the Soviet Union, suddenly we're having a debate. And I'm just trying to show you, Weird Amorphous Blob, what I see sometimes with lefties, okay? And I get it that like we're supposed to be on the Soviet Union side, etc. But like it just seems selective to me, okay?
In Louisiana v. Calais, required states to redraw their electoral maps, claiming that races held under current maps would be unconstitutional. So this is the tweet. He says, "We cannot allow there to be an election that is conducted unconstitutionally simply for the convenience of state legislatures. If they have to vote twice, so be it. If people have to vote twice,
that's
so
fair,
be
Weird
it. If you have
Blob,
to cancel votes that have
I'm not
already
trying
been
to be
returned,
unfair to you. I hope you know.
So be it. If people can't ultimately vote as a consequence of this, so
okay,
be
that's
it.
fair, Weird Amorphous Blob.
We should demand that state legislatures do what the Supreme Court says must be done. That's more important than administrative convenience."
Elevator lady. Okay, okay, guys. I actually love this. This is actually kind of fun. I'm enjoying it because I feel like I'm learning from you. You're learning from me. I mean, you might not be learning from me, but we're learning from each other. Okay. Elevator, you say there's so much misinformation on the USSR, and there is so much more reason to get defensive. So, Elevator lady, you're partially right. There is a lot of misinformation on the USSR, but the USSR doesn't exist anymore. And we have late in the Soviet Union, they opened up all the Soviet Union's archives. There's tons of documents about the Soviet Union. There have been many exhaustive histories written about it. We know a great deal about the reality of the Soviet Union. And by the way, the USSR also there's a bunch of misinformation out there about the Soviet Union that is pro-Soviet Union as well as negative Soviet Union. I am not joking. There is a lot of misinformation out there that is also pro-Soviet Union because the Soviet Union did really good propaganda. It did a lot of propaganda. So, but that's my point, over lady. Do you think I am doing misinformation when I'm critiquing the Soviet Union and some of the things I say? Because it feels a lot of the time that when I do critique the Soviet Union about things I factually know happened, where I have literally and I'm not trying to like toot my own horror, where I've actually seen the documents and I've read historians who are both, by the way, Russian historians, Soviet historians, and Western historians who have seen the documents. Like those are things that I can't critique, or it's viewed as misinformation or propaganda. but like we know these things happened. Um, but I also mentioned the positive things, right? So like I don't. Okay. Uh, anyway, so let's go on.
The byproduct is that the Republicans will receive more than 20 House seats in the upcoming midterms. So again, he's being very transparent. This is about getting 20 seats in the midterms. He lays it all out. There's no speculation. There's no inference. He just says the quiet part out loud. I'll also note the convenience. When the Supreme Court occasionally rules against him, as they did with tariffs, Trump suggests that the court is illegitimate and partisan and bought by foreign interests and should be ignored. Now he says everybody should obey the Supreme Court, right? Because it's politically convenient for him. The Supreme Court's decision all but vacated a provision in the VRA restricting racial gerrymandering.
I'm sorry, Louise. I am not focusing on this. I'm distracted. Maybe I'm getting a bit tired. Okay, we'll watch this maybe tomorrow. I'm going to put up my face. Okay, no, I know Weird Mortis Blob. I'm not saying that, okay? I just noticed. One second. I'm going to put my face. If I'm getting defensive, folks, if I'm getting defensive, it's because I feel like this happens every single time. And I know, Weird Mortis Blob, you know I love you, Weird Mortis Blob, you know I love you, Elevator Lady. But it's just a trend I've noticed, okay? Where like, if I bring up, if I critique the Soviet Union, suddenly I start getting a ton of pushback. And it has happened throughout the time I have streamed, since the very beginning. I critique the Soviet Union, I start getting tons of pushback, okay? You know what I mean? Like, but it doesn't happen in any other sphere. Like I could critique America all I want. I rarely get much pushback. Okay. Mainly because, people in the community, I get it where it's like a left-wing community or whatever. But I get it. There's propaganda. There's a lot of propaganda. Okay. Elevator Lady, and yet you didn't answer the question. You're not saying I'm not doing misinformation. Okay. Which is interesting to me. You're saying that I'm not using the buzzwords, but you're not saying I'm not doing misinformation. And I would really like, but what I would like, Elevator Lady, is what have I said that you think is not true information about the Soviet Union? And please let me know. You can tell me in the Discord, and then I will do a stream with documents showing you what that I'm talking about is true. By the way, guys, let me tell you something. Okay. I was recently in another streamer's stream. Okay. I went into another streamer's stream, and this streamer was kind of upset. They were upset because they were in an argument with another lefty, as happens. Okay. And they were mad because this other lefty had accused them of not being pro-Stalin enough or whatever. Okay. Who knows? I went on to make a comment. I made a joke about a gulag, okay, in this person's chat. And I said, I made a comment in their chat as sort of a joke about like, well, I mean, he wasn't that bad. I mean, like, I guess those gulags were more of a luxury resort if anything else. I said something like that. And this streamer read this comment and said, well, I mean, I don't want to get into the black book of communism or anything. Like, I'm not saying that Stalin did that stuff. Okay. And that blew my mind. That blew my mind because there absolutely were gulags. And yes, the black book of communism was all about demonizing the Soviet Union for the sake of the West. Okay. Does that mean that didn't happen in the Soviet Union? No. Okay. It did. I don't agree with the propaganda that it was turned into, but the Soviet Union did have tons of gulags, and they would send gay people to these gulags, and they would send innocent people to these gulags, and it was torture in these gulags, and you would be worked to death. Okay. But that's my point, is that just because this was included in the Black Book of Communism doesn't mean it wasn't true historically. Okay. You see what I mean? But like this lefty, even though they were upset that they couldn't critique Stalin, even they seemed like didn't want to accept that this actually happened in the Soviet Union. And I'm like, it did. It's okay to acknowledge it. And by the way, it's not socialism. That is not the same as socialism. Okay. But Elevator Lady, again, though, Elevator Lady, why does it matter? Yeah, a lot of it is exaggerated. Does that make it good? Okay, does that make it good? Or let me put it this way, elevator lady. Like, it, by the way, yeah, it may have been exaggerated. The people that suffered through it, it didn't feel exaggerated to them, right? And or like, I can give you another example. Um, Whenever I talk about like the slaughter of Native Americans and things like that, well, I don't want to go down this route. You see what I mean? It's just like there seems to be this instinct to automatically go in defense mode for the Soviet Union, and I get it because there's propaganda out there. But yeah, elevator lady, you're right. Okay, you're right. You're right. The Black Book does do a lot of exaggeration. Okay, the Black Book does do a lot of exaggeration. No, listen, Weirdomorphous Blob. I want to point out, okay, I am not. This is not necessarily what you guys are saying. It's an approach. It's how you're saying what you're saying. There seems to be an automatic defense baked into how you say things. Why can't we just say that the gulags were bad and the Soviet Union, that was a horrible thing that the Soviet Union did, and it was abusive of people's rights and it killed millions of people unjustly? Like, that's all that it is that the Soviet Union did kill millions of people unjustly in horrific conditions and tortured them, or worked them to death, or people caused, starve people to death. They did. And that doesn't mean that we can't say that. Okay? Like, I'm not, and like, we don't need to say like, well, but that, yeah, that happened, but it's exaggerated. Or, yeah, but we have to look at the circumstances of the times. We wouldn't say that with any other group or place, right? No, I know, elder lady, and I'm going to stop here because it is getting later. Okay. Yeah, Weirdomorphous Blob, you're right, okay? And that's what I say, but it still doesn't change that every time I talk about it, that's what happens. Yeah, no, I got you, elevator lady. I got you, elevator lady. Okay. All right. So, can we, so anyway, I'm done, guys. There's a little bit of lefty infighting for the day, but I hope you guys know, I do not have a monopoly on truth, okay? I do not have a monopoly on truth. All right? And I appreciate you all. We all have the same goal. It's more of just like a pet peeve of mine, it doesn't affect like our goals or anything. All right. And like, honestly, however you approach it, like, we're still advocating for the same shit. We still want to learn from the past. Okay. And stuff like that. Regardless, I love you all. And Elevator Lady and Weirdomorphous Blob are brilliant. Elevator Lady is more well-read than I am, almost certainly on the left and things like that, okay? That's Weirdomorphous Blob. Did I say Weirdomorphous Blob? Yeah, we're well-read and stuff like that. Okay, so I want to be clear. I hope you know I'm not trying to demonize you. It's just sort of something I'm trying to point out here. Okay, let's go on, guys. So I am going to go now. I believe it is 4:19. It is 4:19, and 4:19, and I am going to go. All right. I love you all very much. Please join our Discord if you haven't already. Please join our Discord if you haven't already. All right. It is linked at the top of the both the bottom of the YouTube chat and the top of the stream chat. Okay, or the Twitch chat. All right. And I will see you all. Oh, I won't see you tomorrow, will I? I won't see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Okay. Tomorrow is Wednesday. I will say I'm leaving this somewhere, but that's okay, Weirdomorphous Blob. I understand. Okay, I really do understand. Okay. So, and yeah, it's 4:20. I got to go drink. But feel free, Weirdomorphous Blob, go ahead and go over to Discord and yell at me. Go ahead and go over to Discord and yell at me, or send me a message. Okay. I am not. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. All right. So anyway. There you go. Yes, happy Karl Marx's birthday, by the way, after I just bashed the Soviet Union a bit. Okay. By the way, they had a lot of great things too. They had like everyone had housing, everyone had housing. They did amazing scientific achievements. A lot of the standard of living in many places went through the roof. Okay. Women, by the way, it got tons of rights in the Soviet Union. Oh my God. It was like way beyond what most people what most people elsewhere in the world had. Tons of people. Exactly. Yep, Lenin did not like Stalin. Okay, I love Lenin, by the way. So the Soviet Union was great in a lot of ways, but it had big flaws that I think we need to learn from. Okay. Anyway, so everyone ready for this? I'm going to go. I love you all very much. First of all, guys, free Palestine, never stop resisting. Okay, free Palestine, free Sudan, free the Ukraine, free the Congo, free everywhere and everywhere, anywhere, Iran, everywhere, all at once. Okay, free everyone. Okay. Second of all, okay, what's the term? Yeah, free everyone. Okay, everyone should be free. Within reason. Okay, within reason. Okay, I'm just kidding. All right. And then, by the way, so there's that. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. And that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. All right. We're living at a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. So they turn to more radical ends of the political spectrum. All right. And by the way, I support one of those radical ends. We need revolutionary change in this country. I should stop saying reform. Okay. We need revolutionary change in this country. You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Do not let them walk all over you. Okay. Do not let them walk all over you. Fight back. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms. You cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please do not let their sacrifice go to waste. And always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, you all have a good rest of your day. I love you all very much. Okay. Tomorrow I don't normally stream on Wednesdays, guys. I might stream tomorrow. I'll see how I'm feeling. I likely won't, but yeah, so I might see you tomorrow. Keep an eye out to see if I do start streaming. Bye-bye, guys. You're the best. Stay safe.